The name Iota Alpha Omega. Diodorus Siculus, when enumerating the different legislators of antiquity, says, amongst the Jews Moses pretended that the god surnamed Iao gave him his laws, I. 94. And this is elucidated by the remark of Clemens Alexandrinus, that the Hebrew tetragrammaton, or mystic name, is pronounced Iota Alpha Omicron, and signifies, he that is and shall be. Theodoret states that the same four letters were pronounced by the Samaritans as Iota Alpha Beta Epsilon, Jave, by the Jews as Iota Alpha Omega. Jerome, upon Psalm 8, says, the name of the Lord amongst the Hebrews is of four letters, Iod, he, Vav, he, which is properly the name of God, and may be read as Iota Alpha Eta Omicron, Iaho, that is in Latin characters, which is held by the Jews for unutterable. The author of the Treatise on Interpretation says, the Egyptians expressed the name of the Supreme Being by the 7 Greek vowels Iota Epsilon Eta Omega Omicron Alpha, 190, which sufficiently explains the mighty potency ascribed to this formula by the inspired author of the Pistis Sophia. And equally so its frequent appearance upon the talismans now under consideration. Rabbi Tarpon, Tryphon, who could remember the Second Temple, noticed that the ineffable name, though occurring 100 times in the course of the daily service, was rather warbled than pronounced. A precious hint this, as indicating how the Gnostic strings of boneless vowels give an approximation to the audible and yet unuttered sound. Since the destruction of the temple, the name has never been heard in prayer, or pronounced aloud. It is communicated, indeed, to every rabbi, after his ordination, but not in full. One half of it is told, the rest he is left to make out for himself. The first idea of an ineffable name, and all its inherent virtues, evidently came to the Egyptians, from whom the Jews borrowed it, from the Hindu doctrine respecting the title Aum itself, like the Alpha Iota Omega, trilateral representing the triad. Brahma Vishnu Shiva, a standing for the creator, U for the preserver, M for the destroyer. The connection between Indian and Egyptian mythology is certain, however difficult to account for, the names of the principal deities in the latter having the appearance of pure Sanskrit. Thus Isis signifies in that tongue the mistress. Tat and Sat, virtue and power, Serapis, Sripa, the blood drinker, Nila, blue water, etc. The original identity of the two religious systems no one can doubt who has intelligently studied the monuments of each, but which country instructed the other. The balance of probabilities is strongly in favor of India, the confinement of the peculiar system within the narrow limits of Egypt betokening an importation by a colony from some very remote source. Traces of a very ancient intercourse between the two countries are discernible, though very dimly, in history. The Periplus of the Red Sea mentions that as late as Caesar's time the town in Daman on that coast was the entrepot where the Indian and Egyptian traders used annually to meet. In prehistoric times therefore it is conceivable that Brahminical missionaries may have labored amongst the aborigines of the valley of the Nile. This religious analogy manifests itself in the meanest details, in the sacred titles as well as attributes. For example, as the Brahmins teach that each of the letters A, U, M envelopes a great mystery, so does the Pistis Sophia, Prayers of the Savior, section 358, interpret the iota, alpha, omega, as the summary of the Gnostic or Valentinian creed. Iota signifies all goeth out, alpha, all returneth within, omega, there shall be an end of ends, thus expressing the grand doctrines of the emanation, the return, and the annihilation, or rather reabsorption, of the universe. 191. To turn now to Greece in the same way as Abraxas is no other than a numerical title of the solar god, so does Iao actually make its appearance as an epithet of the same divinity. Macrobius, Saturday I. 18, whilst laboring to prove that the sun worship was in truth the sole religion of paganism, under whatever name it was disguised, gives a notice very much to our purpose. The Apollo of Claros, when consulted as to the true nature of the god called Alpha, gave the following response. The sacred things ye learn, to none disclose. A little falsehood much discretion shows. Regard Iaos as supreme above. In winter Pluto, in spring's opening Jove. Phoebus through blazing summer rules the day. whilst autumn owns the mild Iao's 192 sway. Here we find Iao expressly recognized as the title of the supreme god whose physical representative is the sun. Again we have Dionysus or Bacchus added to the list by Orpheus, who sings, Jove, Pluto, Phoebus, Bacchus, all are one. A distinct recognition this of the grand principle of Brahmanism that all the different deities are but representations of the different attributes of the one. The same truth is curiously expressed upon a talisman, Hertz collection, which at the same time sets forth the triune nature of the supreme being whose visible type is the sun. It is a heart-shaped piece of basalt engraved with seated figures of Ammon and Ra, the Zeus and Helios of the Greeks, with the sacred asp erect between them. The reverse bears the invocation neatly cut in characters of the 3rd century. Epsilon iota c beta alpha iota tau epsilon iota c alpha theta omega rho mu iota alpha tau omega nu beta iota alpha epsilon iota c delta epsilon alpha chi omega rho iota. Chi alpha iota rho epsilon pi alpha tau epsilon rho kappa omicron c mu omicron chi alpha iota rho epsilon tau rho iota mu omicron rho phi epsilon c. There is one Bait, one Ather, their power is one and the same, there is one Akori. Hail Father of the universe, hail God under 3 forms. Concerning the 3 figures a word is necessary in explanation of their titles. As for the hawk head Ra, Horapollo gives for reason of the type, the hawk stands for the supreme mind, and for the intelligent soul. The hawk is called in the Egyptian language Baeth, from by soul, and Eth heart, which organ they consider the seat or enclosure of the soul. A sufficient explanation this for the shape in which the talisman is formed. Acorius, the virtuous priest-counselor of the last of the Ptolemies, see Lucan, derives his name from the sacred serpent here invoked. That Iaos was recognized by the Greeks as an epithet for the sun in the autumnal quarter has been shown from Macrobius. The philosophical interpreters of the ancient mythology discovered in Dionysus also a mere type of the same luminary. One is Zeus, Hades, Helios, and Dionysus. And Serapis is substituted for the last in an oracle quoted by Julian, nor must it be forgotten that the main object of Macrobius in the above-quoted dissertation is to prove that Serapis is a representative of the various powers of the solar deity all combined in one figure. Again, to the same effect, comes Virgil's famous apostrophe. Vas, O clarissima mundi. Lumina labentum cathsilla decidus annum. Liber et alma Ceres. Where Bacchus and Ceres do no more than interpret Osiris and Isis, the sun and moon. Here lies the reason for equipping Bacchus with horns in some of his statues. Accident capitae cornua Bacchus eris, says Sappho to Phaon. For in Hebrew a radiated and a horned head is expressed by the same word. When Moses came down from the mount, cornuta erat facies aegis, according to the version of the Vulgate, and on the strength of this mistranslation Christian art hath ever graced the Jewish lawgiver with these appendages. In this very title Iao undoubtedly lies the origin of the universal persuasion of the ancients that the Jehovah of the Jews whose name was thus expressed in Greek letters was no other than the Egyptian Bacchus. For this notion they found strong support in the golden vine which formed the sole visible decoration of the temple. In the blowing the trumpets at the new moon, and the custom of keeping the Feast of Tabernacles in huts made of leafy boughs, accompanied with many of the ceremonies used at the Grecian Dionysia, Quia sacerdotierum tibia tympanis concinebant. Hetera vincibantur, vitisque aurea templo reperta, Tacit. History v. 5. This opinion as to the real nature of the Jewish worship Tacitus quotes as the one generally held by the learned of his own times. Although he cannot bring himself to accept it as satisfactory, although merely on the grounds that the gloomy and unsocial character of the religion seemed to disprove its relationship to the merry worship of the god of wine, the only character in which the Romans recognized Bacchus. Nevertheless, this ancient theory has found supporters in modern times, notably in the overlearned Dr. Stanley, rector of St. George the Martyr, who, without giving much scandal to his own easygoing generation, advocated this heterodox opinion in an elaborate treatise which puts to shame the boldest flights of the Essays and Reviews. or even the interpretations of our indiscreet apostle to the Zulus. Ludicrously enough, the German Jews still celebrate the feast of Purim, and the fall of Haman, by getting as royally drunk as their means afford, and thus to the present day do their best to perpetuate the old Roman aspersion. Amongst the later Gnostics, indeed, some rites were unmistakably borrowed from the Bacchanalia, singularly modified by Christian doctrine. Epiphanius relates, Hares. 37. How that, they kept a tame serpent in a chest or sacred ark, and piled loaves upon a table before the same, and then called upon the serpent to come forth. Whereupon, opening of himself the ark, he would come forth, mount upon the table, and twine about the loaves, which they broke in pieces, and distributed amongst the worshippers, calling this their perfect sacrifice, and their Eucharist. Another explanation as to the true character of the god named Iao must not be passed over in silence, however little foundation it may have in truth, seeing that it is supported by the authority of the learned historian of Gnosticism. Jacques Matter. The moon to the Egyptians, as to the Orientals of today, was of the masculine gender, and was designated by the phonetic name A or Io. Thoth was sometimes identified with this deity. And therefore Thoth's emblem, the ibis, accompanied with the crescent, bears the legend Io, because, says Plutarch, Mercury attends the moon in her journey round the earth in the same way as Hercules both the sun. When Thoth, Tat, appears as Mercury he has the head of an ibis, but in his character of the moon god, or Deus Lunis, he shows the face of a man supporting the lunar crescent enclosing the sun's disk and surmounted by a double plume. Hence came the notion mentioned by Plutarch, that the Egyptians call the moon the mother of creation, and say it is of both sexes, and to the same effect Spartian, Caracalla, 7. Explains that the Egyptians in the Mysteries, Mystis, call the moon a male, though designating it a female in ordinary speech. He adds that the people of Karhal, famed for its great temple of Deus Lunis, hold that, whatsoever man thinks the moon should be called of the feminine gender shall pass his life a slave unto women. Whereas he that holds it to be a male deity shall rule over his wife and be secured against all female treachery. A very sufficient reason this for the fondness of Spartian's contemporaries for wearing in their signet rings the vera effigies of the carrying god, a youth in a Phrygian cap, his bust supported on the crescent that gives his name. This elegant effeminate lunar genius is in truth no other than the modernized and tasteful version of the grim old Assyrian Sin. Pictured in the 9 Vitish monuments as an aged man leaning on his staff as he floats through the heavens on the crescent, presenting a ludicrous resemblance to our popular idea of the man in the moon. A blue chalcedony in my possession fully illustrates Plutarch's title of Mother of Creation. It exhibits a perfect hermaphrodite figure wearing the Egyptian headdress, and squatting down so as more clearly to display its bisexual nature. Below creeps a snail surmounted by a butterfly, the well-understood emblems of lasciviousness and life. The fount of propagation. All this brings us to Matter's theory, based on a statement of Origens, that Iao, Adonai, Sabaoth signified the genii of the moon, the sun, and the planets being far inferior in power and even antagonistic to Abraxas, who is the actual representative of the supreme source of light. Matter therefore explains the warlike attitude in which the Abraxas god is regularly depicted as declaring his office of scaring away the adversary, or demon, Iao, who is expressed by his name alone, placed in the lowest part of the scene, to denote his inferiority. But the authority of the monuments themselves is more than sufficient to upset such an interpretation of the meaning given to them by the actual manufacturers. The doctrine mentioned by Origen was, it cannot be denied, that of the more recent sect, which set itself above all old Egyptian or Hebrew tradition, but it most assuredly was not of the immense body of primitive Kabbalistic Gnostics who excogitated and put their trust in the sigils that they have bequeathed to us in such fantastical profusion. These talisman makers evidently held Thoth and Moses in equal reverence. They had nothing to do with the Valentinians, who had an obvious motive for exalting their newly invented invisible tetrad, by so immeasurably degrading below it the most venerated names of the old religion. The Valentinians were Greeks by education, really drawing their inspiration from Pythagoras and Plato, and only too well pleased with the opportunity of venting their natural spite upon the most cherished ideas of the Alexandrine Kabbalists. The grand fabricants of our talismans, those veritable Pierres d'Israël. The Pistis Sophia continually introduces, as a most important actor in its scenes of the judgment and purification of the soul, the great and good Iao, ruler of the middle sphere, who when he looks down into the places of torment causes the souls therein imprisoned to be set at liberty. The very collocation of the words on our talismans clearly denotes that Adonai, Sabaoth, are equally with Abraxas the titles of Iao, who is the god actually represented by the symbolical figure these words accompany. What else would be the motive for their collocation in a prayer like this, on a gem published by Matter himself, Iao, Abraxas, Adonai, Holy Name, Holy Powers, 193 defend Vibia Paulina from every evil spirit. And, again, these same names perpetually occur united together, and followed by the address alpha beta lambda alpha nu alpha lambda beta alpha, thou art our Father, C epsilon iota lambda alpha mu, eternal Son. A mode of adoration that could not possibly have been applied to beings of a discordant, much less of an antagonistic, nature to each other. Besides, if Abraxas were the opponent and ultimate destroyer of Iao, it would have been absurd to put the names of the two in such close union, the latter even taking precedence. Each, too, being equally invoked in the accompanying prayer, and honored with the same epithets of majesty. Moreover, the composite figure, or pantheos, which, as all writers agree, represents the actual god Abraxas, is much more frequently inscribed with the name iota alpha omega than with alpha beta rho alpha c alpha xi. And nevertheless, though the former name stands alone, it is followed by the same glorification, thou art our Father, etc., as when the two names are engraved in juxtaposition. It is moreover quite opposed to all the rules of symbolism to represent the one actor in a scene by his proper figure or emblem, and to indicate the other by the simple letters of his name, and equally repugnant to common sense to depict the figure of the god with the name of his adversary placed in the most conspicuous portion of the tableau. The absurdity is as great as though in Christian art one should paint a crucifix with Satan's name in the place of the holy I, N, R, I, and give for explanation the hostility of the two personages. And lastly, it has been already shown that the numerical or Kabbalistic value of the name Abraxas directly refers to the Persian title of the god, Mithras, ruler of the year, worshipped from the earliest times under the appellation of Iao. Matter himself publishes, pl. 3. 2, a gem that should have convinced him of his error, had he not overlooked the force of its legend. The type is Horus seated on the lotus, inscribed alpha beta rho alpha c alpha xi iota alpha omega, an address exactly parallel to the so frequent epsilon iota c on the contemporary heathen gems, and therefore only to be translated by Abraxas is the one Jehovah. The great name with its normal titles is often to be observed interpolated by a Gnostic hand upon works of a better period and creed, but whose subjects were fancied analogous to the ideas conveyed by the Iao pantheist, such as Phoebus in his car, the lion house of the sun, the sphinx emblem of royalty, and the Gorgon's head of the destructive force, or of providence. 194. But the most interesting of such adopted types that has come to my knowledge, as unmistakably pointing out the deity really understood by the name Abraxas, is a work discovered by myself amongst the miscellanea of a small private collection, Bosanquet. In this we behold the familiar pantheist with head of cock, cuirassed body, and serpent legs brandishing the whip and driving the car of soul, 195, in the exact attitude of its proper occupant, Phoebus. In the exurg is the salutation C alpha beta alpha omega, glory unto thee, on the reverse, in a cartouche formed by a coiled asp precisely as the Hindus write the ineffable name Aumr, engraved the titles alpha beta rho alpha c alpha xi, attesting that one deity alone is meant, and that one to be the ruler of the sun. Abraxas, new type of. A most singular variation upon the normal type of the Abraxas pantheist gives him the head of Serapis for that of the usual cock. In the field between the serpents are the genital organs, of disproportionate size, represented in a state of rest, not as the fastenum properly appear on amulets, and unmistakably displaying the seal of circumcision. This circumstance is another proof to be added to all those previously observed, that the fabricators of this class of talismans were the Egyptian Jews. As the distinguishing principle of the gnosis in all its forms was the reprobation of the doing the work of the demiurgus, that is, the propagation of the species, it is evident that the object of this symbolism was not of a religious kind. It is probable that the idea was to produce a talisman of medicinal use, perhaps for the cure of impotence or other affections of the parts represented. Of medicinal talismans, expressing their purpose by the legends they bear, numerous examples have been already published. The one now described was made known to me through an impression brought by the Reverend S. Lewis of a jasper in the Bruginian collection at Rome. Another very uncommon subject in the same collection is a skeleton seated on a throne, holding a lance, or perhaps scepter. Although perfectly corresponding with the medieval representation of death, yet the spirited though rude extension of the intaglio is that of the earlier Gnostic period, and the idea intended was that of a larva, not that of the destroying power. In the Stosh cabinet is a similar figure borne along in a car by steeds as fleshless as himself, like the wild hunter of the German legend. Original purpose of these formulae. The interpretation of Gnostic legends and the nature of the deity to whom they were addressed have been thus far the subjects of our inquiry. The next step is to search contemporary writers for information as to the special purpose for which the talismans so enriched were originally manufactured. The motive for placing in the coffin of the defunct Illuminato these words of power, graven on scrolls of lead, plates of bronze, the gems we are considering, and doubtless to an infinitely greater extent on more perishable materials, derives much light from the description Epiphanius gives, Her. 36, of the ceremony whereby the Heracleonidae prepared their dying brother for the next world. They sprinkled his head with water mingled with oil and apobalsamum, repeating at the same time the form of words used by the Marcosians in baptism, in order that his inner man, thus provided, might escape the vigilance of the principalities and powers whose domains he was about to traverse, and mount up unseen by any to the pleroma from which he had originally descended. Their priests therefore instructed the dying man that as he came before these powers he was to address them in the following words: I, the Son from the Father pre-existing but the Son in the present time, am come to behold all things both of others and of my own, and things not altogether of others but belonging unto Achamoth, Wisdom, who is feminine and hath created them for herself. But I declare my own origin from the pre-existing one, and I am going back unto my own from which I have descended. By the virtue of these words he will elude the powers, and arrive at the demiurgus in the eighth sphere, whom again he must thus address: I am a precious vessel, superior to the female power who made thee. Inasmuch as thy mother knoweth not her own origin, whereas I know myself, and I know whence I am. And I invoke the incorruptible wisdom who is in the father and in the mother of your mother that hath no father, nay, not even a male consort, but being a female sprung from a female that created thee, though she herself knows not her mother, but believes herself to exist alone. But I invoke the mother. At this address the demiurgus is struck with confusion, as well he might be, and forced to acknowledge the baseness of his origin, whereupon the inner man of the Gnostic casts off his bondage as well as his own angel, or soul, which remains with the demiurgus for further use, and ascends still higher into his proper place. For every man is made up of body, soul, and inner man, this last being the more spiritual nature. This same belief was the popular one of the Jews, as appears from Rhoda's exclamation at the unhoped-for reappearance of Peter, whom she supposed already put to death. The Achamoth here mentioned is the Sephandomad of Zoroaster, the wisdom of the later Jews so fully described by the Pseudo-Solomon under that title, 7:25. She is the spirit of the virtue of God, the pure emanation of the brightness of the Almighty, the brightness of the eternal light, the mirror without spot of his majesty, the image of his goodness. Wisdom hath made her house upon 7 pillars. The naked woman, or Venus Anadyomene, so often seen on these gems, is the same idea expressed by the ancient Greek type. One given by Caelus, Rec. Deant. 6. pl. 21, explains its destination in terms sufficiently clear, despite their corrupt Byzantine orthography, iota alpha omega c alpha delta omicron nu alpha iota eta kappa alpha iota epsilon lambda lambda alpha xi epsilon iota omega nu tau omicron alpha rho omicron c, Jehovah, Sabaoth, Lord, come and deliver me from the darkness of hell. Could the long legends covering so many of these jasper tablets be interpreted? Most probably their purport would be found of the same nature with the just-cited Heracleonidan passport for the Pleroma. It were but a natural precaution on his friend's part to supply the deceased brother with a correct copy of such long-winded involved professions of faith, and which otherwise would be extremely apt to escape his memory. The more especially as being only confided to him by his spiritual guides when he was already at the last gasp of the practice itself. The origin undoubtedly lay in the very ancient Egyptian rule of placing in the mummy cases those elaborate litanies of the dead, of which so many have come down to our times, 196 papyrus scrolls containing the prayers to be addressed by the soul to each god whose gate it has to traverse on its way to final rest. To prevent mistakes, the portrait of each deity is prefixed to the column of prayers due to him, and this same arrangement is found in the Leaden scrolls belonging to the heterogeneous doctrine of the Gnostics. The same custom yet holds its ground in India, probably its pristine source. Tavernier notices that the Brahmins placed on the breast of the corpse 7 pieces of paper, inscribed with the prayers to be uttered by the soul as soon as released from its corporeal envelope by the flames of the funeral pile. 197. The gem talismans that remain in such varied abundance are themselves recognized in the few surviving writings of the Gnostic teachers. The Pistis Sophia is full of allusions to the seals and numbers of the different eons and the other powers, 198, and with the repeated promise of the Saviour to reveal these all unto his hearers. A promise which, unfortunately, is not fulfilled in the book as it has come down to us. Nevertheless, the very allusion sufficiently declares the sense in which we are to understand the C Phi Alpha Gamma Iota C so frequently to be seen on the talismans. The motive for providing the defunct believer with a good supply of these imperishable credentials is sufficiently explained by the Scheme of the Ophites, published by Origen, which details the prayers to be addressed to the 7 planetary powers by the released soul, in its upward flight. The prayer to Ildabaoth contains this indication: O principal spirit of the pure intelligence, perfect work in the eyes of the Father and of the Son. In presenting unto thee in this seal the sign of life, open the gates closed by thy power unto the world, and freely traverse thy domain. Again, in saluting Iao, here taken from the lunar genius, thou that presidest over the mysteries of the Father and of the Son, who shinest in the night time, holding the second rank, the first Lord of Death. In presenting thee with this thine own symbol, swiftly pass through thy dominions. To Sabaoth, receive me. On beholding this pure symbol against which thy genius cannot prevail, it is made after the image of the type. It is the body delivered by the pentad. To Ori, Venus, let me pass, for thou sayest the symbol of thy power annihilated by the sign of the tree of life. Is this sign the cross, as matter supposes, or the actual tree occasionally to be found on Gnostic gems? And it must be remembered that the primary meaning of symbolum is the impression of a signet, which makes it more probable that such is the sense in which the word is used in all these passages. It may further be conjectured that in this conversion of the symbolum into a passport to heaven originated the theological use of the word to signify a creed or summary of the articles of faith. This same service of talismans in the next world is clearly recognized in the Pistis Sophia, section 293, where Mary Magdalene gives this curious version of the business of the tribute penny: Thou hast said that the soul giveth an account of itself. And likewise a seal unto all the rulers that be in the regions of King Adamus, and giveth the account, the honor and the glory of all the seals belonging unto them, and also the hymns of the kingdom of light. This therefore is the word which thou spakest when the stater was brought unto thee, and thou sawest that it was of silver and likewise of copper. 199 Thereupon thou didst ask, Whose is this image? And they answered, Of the king. Then when thou sawest that it was of silver and also of copper, thou saidst, Give the part which is the king's unto the king, and the part which is God's unto God. The which meaneth this: after that the soul hath received the mystery it giveth an account of itself unto all the rulers and unto the dominion of King Adamus, and also giveth the glory unto those that pertain to the light. And thy saying that it shone, when thou sawest it, of silver and copper, it is the image and likeness of the soul. The power of the light which is therein, the same is the fine silver, but the counterfeit of the spirit, conscience, is the material copper. The grand doctrine of Gnosticism was this: the soul on being released from the body, its prison house and place of torment, has to pass through the regions of the seven powers. Which it cannot do unless impregnated beforehand with knowledge, otherwise it is seized upon and swallowed by the dragon-formed ruler of this world, Satan Ophiomorphous, and voided forth through his tail upon earth again, where it animates a swine or some such beast, and repeats its career once more. But should it be filled with knowledge, it eludes the seven powers, and tramples upon the head of Sabaoth, of whom they say he hath the hair of a woman, and mounts up unto the eighth heaven, the abode of Barbelo, the universal mother. And who according to the Pistis Sophia is the celestial mother of the Saviour. Epiphanius quotes from the Gospel of Philip another formula, intended to extort a free passage from the same planetary genii: the Lord hath revealed unto me what words the soul must use as it ascendeth up into heaven, and how it must make answer unto each one of the celestial virtues. I have known myself, I have collected myself from all parts, neither have I begotten sons unto the ruler of this world, but I have plucked up the roots, and gathered together the scattered members. I know thee who thou art, for I am one from above. But if convicted of having left any offspring upon earth, the soul is detained there until it shall have collected all and attracted these into itself. This self-collection was only to be effected through the observance of perpetual chastity, or rather, inevitable compromise, the practice of the various unnatural vices that regularly spring from such an article of faith. If however a woman of the congregation should through want of precaution allow herself to become pregnant, the elders produced abortion, took the fetus and pounded it up in a mortar along with honey, pepper, and other spices and perfumery. Then this congregation of swine and dogs assembled, and every one dipping his finger into the mess, tasted thereof. This they called their perfect Passover, saying, We have not been deceived by the ruler of concupiscence, but have gathered up again the backsliding of our brother. The very plain-spoken Epiphanius gives exact particulars, not to be put into a modern tongue, of the mode in which the faithful observed in one sense their vow of perpetual chastity, without renouncing the joys of Venus. This he illustrates by the singular explanation then current of the ancient myth of Saturn's devouring his own offspring, against which interpretation and the practice thereon founded. Even Clemens had found it needful to warn the Orthodox 2 centuries before. To exemplify the punishment ordained for having done the work of the Demiurgus by leaving offspring upon earth, the Ophites told a wild legend how that Elias himself was turned back from the gates of heaven. Although to his own conscience a pure virgin, because a female demon had gathered up of his seed during his sleep, and formed infants therewith, which to his unutterable confusion she then and there produced in testimony of his sin. Hence springs the medieval notion of the succubi, nocturnal temptresses of the continent. Although these were supposed to do the work of their father the devil in a different way, by procuring him the needful supplies for his amours with the witches, to whom he stood in the ex officio relation of paramour. All this is in strict accordance with what is found in the fragments of the Gospel to the Egyptians, for Clemens, Stromata 3, quotes there from this dictum of the Saviour's, when Salome asked the Lord how long shall death prevail. He answered unto her, So long as ye women do bring forth children. Wherefore she said, Then I have done well in not bearing children, seeing that there is no necessity for generation. To which the Lord answered, Feed upon every herb, but that which hath bitterness, eat thou not. Again when Salome asked and the things should be known concerning which she inquired, the Lord answered, When ye shall not need a covering for your nakedness, when the two shall become one, the male with the female, neither male nor female. It is to these overstrained rules of morality that St. Paul alludes when he expostulates with the Colossians, 2:20, asking them, Why are ye subject to ordinances, or rather, make laws for yourselves without any warrant, namely, touch not, women, taste not, flesh, handle not, things unclean. From the consideration of the value and use of these Gnostic symbols in the world to come, we are naturally led to inquire in what manner they were employed by their owners in this. The meaning of the word itself has gone through many transitions. Symbolism properly signified the contribution of each member towards the expenses of a Greek drinking party. For this purpose each pledged his signet ring to the caterer and afterwards redeemed it by paying his quota of the bill. For this reason Plautus transfers the name of symbolum to the ring itself. The signet being considered the most trustworthy of all credentials, the word came to signify any token serving for the purpose of a credential. For example, Caelus figures, Rec. v. pl 55, a bronze right hand, the natural size, inscribed on the palm sigma mu beta omicron lambda omicron nu pyro omicron sigma omicron epsilon lambda alpha nu iota omicron sigma, credentials to the Volonii, a Gallic tribe whose seat was round Antibes. 200 The wrist at the section is closed, forming a base, so that the hand could stand upright of itself. A pair of clasped hands, symbol of faith, still called in Italy fee, was the common present from one nation or army to another on making alliance. Miserat civitas lingonum veteri instituto dono legionibus dextras hospitiae insignia, tac. Historiae. 54. From the nature of the case such presents must have been made in the precious metals, and consequently none have been preserved. This connection of ideas shows plainly why in ecclesiastical language symbolum stands for a profession of faith, a creed, i.e. gr. symbolum apostolicum. And so by degrees the word degenerated into its present sense of any token denoting an idea, more especially a religious one. Emblem again has passed through equal vicissitudes. At first, a little silver chasing, intended for letting into plate as an embellishment of the surface which the term mu beta lambda eta mu alpha neatly expresses, the designs being always mythological, its name remained, after the fashion had expired, to denote any representation of that nature. There is, however, a distinction in the real meaning of emblem and symbol, the former expressing by actual representation, the latter by hieroglyphs, the idea they convey. Thus the emblem of victory is a winged female holding a palm. The symbol of victory is the palm by itself. The bambino, the favorite idol of the women of Rome, bears, in its type and decoration, the most convincing of all testimony as to the real source of the religion in whose pantheon it plays so prominent a part. It is a wooden figure, about 2 feet high, now passing for the vera effigies of the infant Jesus, but to any eye acquainted with Indian art, an unmistakable copy of the infant Buddha. The figure, in almost full relief, stands in front face, with arms crossed on the breast, and holding the lotus flower in the one hand, in the regular attitude of the Hindu god. But the most striking feature in the design is the shape of the background, which has no prototype in Roman art, but is cut into the so-called pineapple outline, which invariably accompanies the sacred images of India. On the head is a crown, in the Oriental style, and the close-fitting garment, reaching from neck to ankle, and now passing for the swaddling clothes of the baby, is profusely studded with precious stones, the offerings of a later time. The very tradition as to its place of manufacture supplies an inkling of the truth, for it is said to be the work of a monk at Jerusalem, and carved out of one of the sacred olive trees. The pious artist must have been inspired by the sight of the Indian prototype, for the resemblance is far too close to be accidental, if indeed, the whole affair be not another instance of a christened Jove. The very nature of things renders it a necessity for the members of every secret society to possess means for mutual recognition that shall escape the observation of the outer world. The partakers of the Eleusinian mysteries appear, from certain allusions in the classics, to have been furnished by their sponsors with something of the kind. The refusal to wear a garland at a feast was accepted as the sign of a Mithraic brother. Certain it is that our popular notion about the Masonic grip was equally current as applied to the Gnostics in the times of Epiphanius. On the arrival of any stranger belonging to the same sect, they have a sign given by the man to the woman, and vice versa. In holding out the hand under pretense of saluting each other, they feel and tickle it in a particular manner, underneath the palm, and by that means discover whether the newcomer belongs to the same society. Upon this, however poor they may be, they serve up to him a sumptuous feast, with abundance of meats and wine. And after they are well filled the host rises, leaving his wife behind, bidding her, show thy charity unto this our brother, etc. Carrying out his hospitality to an extent that in our selfish times no one can expect to meet with unless amongst the Eskimo. As may well be supposed, these symbola are widely diffused. For Gnosticism was more than coextensive with the Empire of Rome, and long survived her fall. Besides our guns, plates of bronze and lead, and even of gold in the remarkable example found near Carnarvon, and rude copper medallions, engraved with similar devices, are constantly disinterred from ancient cemeteries, where they had so long protected the repose of their original possessors. Of that rarer class, the medallions, the most interesting known to me, was found in Provence, Prawn Cabinet. It shows in intaglio the Abraxas god, for reverse, the triple Hecate, executed with considerable spirit types well illustrating the syncretistic nature of the creed by this union of an ancient and a newly devised type. The sepulchre of Maria, wife of the most orthodox Honorius, contained, amongst a variety of amniotic figures, or perhaps toys little animals, mice, and carved in crystal and agate, a gold plate, inscribed with the names of the angels of the presence. On account of the great interest of this discovery, I have inserted a complete translation of Fauno's account, the only description ever penned of the rifling of an imperial tomb. And when Bishop Sefford's coffin, deceased 1159, was opened in Chichester Cathedral, upon his bony finger still lay the episcopal ring, set with an Abraxas jasper. No doubt recommended to him in life and death by the numerous virtues so particularly set forth by Camillus Leonardi. When did the belief in the virtue of these talismans really expire? The young pretender, with the superstition inherent in his family, had sought to enlist in his service the mighty Abraxas himself for his ill-starred expedition. In his baggage, captured at Culloden by General Belfort, was found a bloodstone, set in silver as a pendant, engraved with the well-known Pantheus. And for reverse the naked Venus, Achamoth, legend Alpha Tau Iota Tau Alpha, figured by Walsh, PL 7. Provence is yet a fruitful source of these interesting memorials of the widespread theosophy. Gnosticism from the beginning took root and flourished in southern Gaul, as the elaborate treatise of Irenaeus attacking it, as no newly invented thing, very clearly demonstrates. Its success was probably due to the close affinity of its leading doctrines to the Mithraic and original Druidical systems previously reigning there. Later still, in the middle of the 4th century, a new form of Gnosticism, broached by Peresclian, Bishop of Avila, who was put to death for his pains by the British Emperor Magnus Maximus. Gibbon's note upon the unlucky heresiarch is so characteristic of his style that I cannot forbear quoting it. The bishopric of Avila, in Old Castile, is now worth 20,000 ducats a year, and is therefore much less likely to produce the author of a new heresy. That Spain also had, long before Priscillian's preaching, received and warmly embraced that of Basilides, although so far removed from its fountainhead, is apparent from a passage in Jerome's 29th letter to Theodora, our friend Licinius. When that most foul heresy of Basilides was raging throughout Spain, and like a pestilence and murrain was devastating all the province between the Pyrenees and the ocean, held fast the purity of the Christian faith, far from receiving a Margel, Barbello, Abraxas, Balsamus, the ridiculous Luciboras, and the other such like monstrosities. That Britain had to some extent received the same doctrines, the Carnarvon gold plaque is sufficient evidence. And its existence throws light upon the singular fact mentioned by Matthew Paris, that when Edard, in collecting building materials for his conventual church, was pulling up the Roman foundations of Verulamium, he came upon a little cupboard, Armariolum, in the thickness of an immense wall containing scrolls in an unknown tongue. At last a very aged monk, Unwona by name, made them out to be written in the ancient British language, and containing invocations to the gods formerly worshipped in the place. But Verulamium was so entirely Roman, as far as its public edifices were concerned, that the use of the native language in any documents accompanying the foundation of a temple is in the highest degree improbable. The regular Gnostic Greek would be equally puzzling to the old Saxon monk, and his explanation was a safe cloak for his ignorance. The late period of the Roman occupation, when Gnosticism most flourished, will account for the preservation of scrolls, parchment no doubt, through the few centuries intervening before the abbotship of Edard. It is more than probable that such doctrines lurked unnoticed amongst the native Gallo-Romans, during the times of the Arian Gothic kings, and did no more than revive into the flourishing Manichaeism of the Albigenses in the 12th century. The fact of these sectaries having received the same share of persecution from Catholics as the Waldenses themselves is not alone sufficient to prove them equally good Protestants with the latter. Though that is now taken for granted, especially by expounders of the Apocalypse, when hard put to it to find the required 2 witnesses against the Scarlet Lady. Gnosticism has left traces of itself, whether by direct or indirect descent amongst those mysterious sects of the Libanus, the Druzes and Ansirets. As late as Justinian's reign, according to Procopius, no fewer than 1 million polytheists, Manichaeans and Samaritans, the last also a sect of Gnostics, 201 were exterminated in Syria alone, during the systematic persecution so long carried on by this pedantic bigot. As that region soon afterwards fell under the more tolerant caliphs, who never troubled themselves about the religion of their subjects, provided their tribute were punctually paid. These doctrines may very well have come down in some sort to our days, considering the secluded position of the people holding them, and the tenacity of life possessed by every well-defined system of religious ideas. Gnostic Theogony. The several grades in the Gnostic Theogony, through all of which the soul had to pass before it could attain to supreme perfection, are briefly set before us in this passage of the Pistis Sophia, 247. And when the Saviour had said all these things unto his disciples, Andrew came forward and spoke, Lord, be not wroth with me, but have compassion upon me and reveal the mystery of the word which I will ask thee, otherwise it is a hard thing in my sight and I understand it not. Then the Saviour answered and said unto him, Inquire what thou wouldst inquire and I will declare the same unto thee, face to face, and without a parable. Then Andrew answered and said, Lord, I wonder and marvel greatly how men that be in this world, when they are departed from out of this body of matter, and have gone out of the world, how shall they pass through these firmaments? And all these rulers, and lords, and gods, and all these great invisible ones, and all these that belong to the middle space, and those that belong to the place of them upon the right hand, and all the great emanations of the same. So that they may come within, beyond, them all, so that they may inherit the kingdom of light. This business, therefore, Lord, is full of trouble in my sight. When Andrew had thus spoken, the Spirit of the Saviour was moved within him, and he cried out and said, How long shall I bear with you, how long shall I suffer you? Do you then not understand at all, and are ye still ignorant? Know ye not and do ye not understand that ye are all angels, and archangels, and rulers, and lords, and gods, and the other powers, and the glory thereof? You from yourselves and in yourselves in turn, proceeding out of one mass, and one matter, and one being, and all proceeding out of one confusion. 202. And by the commandment of the first mystery this confusion must needs be, until the great emanations of light and the glory of the same shall have cleansed it. And they shall cleanse it not of themselves, but through the compulsion of the great ineffable one. And they have not received torments, neither have they changed their places at all, neither have they despoiled themselves, nor transformed themselves into various figures, neither have they been in the last affliction. For this cause chiefly ye are the dregs of the treasury house, and ye are the dregs of them that pertain to the right hand, and ye are the dregs of the great invisible ones, and of all the rulers, and in a word ye are the dregs of them all. And ye were in great sorrows, and afflictions, and transformations, and in sundry shapes of this world. And by reason of these sorrows, ye were in agony and fought with this world and all the matter that is therein, and ye did not slacken your hands in fighting against it until ye had found out the mysteries of the kingdom of light. Which rendered you, who fought, a pure light, and ye were made the pure light. All which implies the grand idea that man, although made of inferior, though cognate stuff, to the angelic powers, is susceptible, through the attainment of knowledge, of a perfection superior to theirs. The Scheme of the Ophites. Gnostic symbols, with their uses in this life and in that to come have thus far been the subject of our investigation. Which naturally leads us to consider the ideas that their devisers entertained of the constitution of the next world and of the nature of the soul itself. As to the former of these deeply interesting questions, the Gnosis specially labored to afford the exactest information to its disciples, and in this class the one preserved by Origen, in Celsum 6. Leaves nothing to be desired in point of fullness, and may confidently be accepted as the most authoritative of all such celestial cartes de route. This learned father had, by some means or other, become possessed of a parchment chart on which were depicted the successive stages of the soul's heavenward journey, with the several powers 203 it must encounter in its flight. And the proper invocations, specimens of which I have already given, whereby it should extort permission to traverse their dominions. This chart was known to the faithful as the schema, or diagramma, of the Ophites. Amongst these invocations the one addressed to Iao, genius of the moon, is peculiarly important as illustrating the use of the most numerous class of the talismans we are considering. O thou that presidest over the mysteries of the Father and of the Son, Iao who shinest in the night, who holdest the second place, the first Lord of death, who makest part of that which is without God. In presenting to thee thine own memorial, or likeness, as a token, or passport, I swiftly traverse thy domain after having conquered through the word of life that which was born of thee. The MSS. Red tau nu delta omicron nu pi nu omicron nu sigma mu beta omicron lambda omicron nu, which has no meaning, but can only be the corruption of tau nu delta alpha nu pi omicron alpha nu, a word often used by Plutarch in the sense of symbol. Now what else could this memorial of Iao be but his own image engraved in gems? This deity is styled Lord of Death, because the moon, Isis, presides over the birth, development and change, of which death is the necessary consequence, of things terrestrial. Of the theory therein embodied, much was evidently derived from the same source as the Neoplatonic doctrine concerning the planetary origin of the soul's faculties. Which shall be related further on. The chart itself was founded on that essential doctrine of Gnosticism, that the soul, released from the body, mounted upwards, eager for absorption into the infinite Godhead, or boundless light. That summum bonum of Oriental aspiration, the Buddhist nirvana, perfect repose, the Epicurean indolentia. But on its way was obliged to traverse the successive regions of the planets, each ruled by its presiding genius. These genii were of a nature somewhat material, and therefore malignant, and in this respect corresponding to the 7 devs, Ahriman's ministers, who according to Zoroaster are chained each to his own planet. To obtain the indispensable permission of transit, a different adjuration to each power was required, all which have been already given from Origen's copy of the chart. Their names were put down therein, as Adonai, genius of the sun, Iao of the moon, Eloi of Jupiter, Sabeo of Mars, Ori of Venus, Astaphi of Mercury, and Ildabaoth of Saturn. 204. All these names are to be read, more or less commonly, upon our talismans, although probably used there in a different sense from that accepted by the author of the diagramma. The Jewish angels Michael, Gabriel, Surid, Raphael, Thantabaoth, and Iradaoth, were likewise inscribed as names of the genii presiding over the constellations, the bear, serpent, eagle, lion, dog, bull. These notions are manifestly of Magian root, acquired by the Jews during the long period that their country was a province of the Persian Empire, and had grown into an essential article of religion. St. Paul found it needful to warn his flock against the worshipping of angels. Nevertheless, the adoration and the multiplication of their names went on augmenting to that pitch, that a council held under Pope Zachary reduced them, as objects of worship to 3 only, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael. This retrenchment of the heavenly host was endorsed by a capitulary of Charlemagne's issued from Aix-la-Chapelle. In the diagram under consideration, Michael was typified by a lion, Cyril by an ox, Raphael by a serpent, Gabriel by an eagle, Thantabaoth by a bear, Anioth or Zartaoth by an ass. The reward promised to the angel of the church at Thyatira, Rev. 2:28, and I will give him the morning star, seems to be connected with the same belief in the planetary presidents. Dante, in his Paradiso, going doubtless upon old tradition, makes Mercury the abode of spirits moved to glorious deeds in life by the love of fame, Venus, of true lovers, Luna, of theologians, Mars, of martyrs for the faith, Jupiter of good princes. Saturn of such as have led a contemplative and recluse life. The above-quoted names of the planetary genii were in the Jewish religion either titles and attributes of the Most High, or else of his chief ministering spirits. But in the Gnostic scheme they had been degraded from their high estate, and reduced into secondary deities of a mixed nature, partaking of good as well as of evil, yet all equally anxious to win souls from Abraxas, the proper Lord and Creator of the universe. The only explanation for such a misapplication of the sacred titles is a very brief one. These semi-Buddhist philosophers who found the root of all evil in matter, and consequently in the material creation, employed these old hallowed names to denote the agents of the Creator, who on account of this their office were regarded as mere demons. And by an exactly similar process they are found misappropriating the most sacred names of the Christian revelation. But of this blasphemous perversion and wanton desecration of the ancient terminology no trace is to be discovered upon our talismans, their makers belonging to the Kabbalistic school of Alexandria, which reconciling Moses with Zoroaster, continued to employ these appellations in their primary time-honored sense. The source of this notion concerning the planetary rulers can be traced very far back. The power of Ildabaoth, or Saturn, and his sons over the soul, as well as the astrological notion about the influence of the stars over man's destiny, are clearly part and parcel of what the Alexandrian Platonists had taught concerning the planetary origin of the soul and its faculties, thus expounded by Macrobius, Psalm Sip. I. 12. The soul on its descent from the one and indivisible source of its being in order to be united to the body, passes through the Milky Way into the zodiac at their intersection in Cancer and Capricorn, called the gates of the sun, because the two solstices are placed in these signs. Through Cancer, the gate of man, the soul descends upon earth, the which is spiritual death. Through Capricorn, the gate of the gods, it reascends up into heaven, its new birth taking place upon its release from the body. So soon as the soul has left Cancer and the Milky Way, it begins to lose its divine nature, and arriving at Leo enters upon the first phase of its future condition here below. During its downward progress, the soul, at first a sphere in form, is elongated into a cone, and now begins to feel the influence of matter, so that on joining the body it is intoxicated and stupefied by the novel draught. This condition is typified by the crater of Bacchus placed in the heavens between Cancer and Leo. The soul thus descending, as it passes through each sphere receives successive coatings, as it were, of a luminous body, and is furnished at the same time with the several faculties it has to exercise during its probation upon earth. Accordingly, in Saturn, it is supplied with reason and intelligence, in Jupiter, with the power of action, in Mars, with the irascible principle, in the Sun, with sensation and speculation, in Venus, with the appetites, in Mercury, with the means of declaring and expressing thoughts, in the Moon, with the faculty of generating and augmenting the body. Hence, as the planets contain all the elements that, so to speak, make up the inner man, the genii, their rulers, lords of death, as Valentinus calls them, exercise their tyranny over the soul through the medium of these faculties. So long as the soul is encrusted with their contributions during its imprisonment in the body. It is curious to compare with this Grecian theory that doctrine of the servants of Saturn, dwellers in the farthest north, unmistakably a fragment of Druidical lore, preserved to us by Plutarch in his treatise on the face in the moon. They taught that in the generation of man, the earth supplied the body, the moon psi upsilon kappa, the sun the nu omicron. What the psi upsilon kappa is to the body, the same is the nu omicron to the psi upsilon kappa. This composite nature undergoes a double death. In the first, Demeter, whose companion is the earthly, or supernal, Hermes, forcibly separates the psi upsilon kappa, animal soul, from the body. This soul, after a certain penance in the middle sphere, in order to purify it from the pollution of the flesh, is caught up into the moon, and passes through the earth's shadow during an eclipse. After a probation proportionate in length of time unto its deserts. Whereas, the wicked, if they try to enter before their purification be completed, are scared away by the terrific face. The good abide in the moon, in the enjoyment of perfect tranquility, and becoming delta alpha mu omicron nu epsilon or genii, busy themselves with the regulation of human affairs upon earth, rendering oracles and similar services to mankind. But should these beatified spirits misconduct themselves, they are put again into a human body, and sent down to earth. This is the very doctrine of Manes, who made the light of the moon to depend upon the brightness of the Blessed One therein resident. A theory which Epiphanius triumphantly overthrows by asking how the luminary was supplied during the 8 centuries that elapsed between the creation and the death of Adam. But after a certain time, the new Omicron aspires to reascend to its fountainhead the sun, whereupon Persephone, with her colleague the celestial Hermes, separates it with gentleness and by slow degrees from the grosser Psi Upsilon Kappa. This is the second death, the vows flying up to the sun, but the Psi Upsilon Kappa remaining in the moon in a dreamy sort of existence, until gradually absorbed into her substance, exactly as the earth gradually absorbs into herself the remains of the body. Calm and philosophic souls are easily absorbed, but active, passionate, erotic natures with great difficulty, they wander about in mid-space, divested of the new Omicron, becoming Tidii and Typhons. 205 throwing confusion into oracles, as the so-called Typhon does at Delphi, until in the end they likewise are drawn back and attracted into the substance of the moon. Justinus Kerner, in his treatise Die Seeren von Provorst, improving upon the old notion, most ingeniously anatomizes the inner man, and makes him to consist of 3 members, Seele, Nervengeist, Geist. The Nervengeist, or nervous energy, being of a grosser nature, continues united with the Seele after its separation from the body, rendering it capable of becoming visible to the living in the form of an apparition, and enabling it in other ways to affect material objects, to make noises, move about articles of furniture, in short, to commit the various annoyances comprehended under the term Gespucht. And here be it observed the commonness of such visitations in Germany is amusingly exemplified by the necessity of having an impersonal verb to express them. Just as we say, it rains, it blows, so do the more sensitive Germans say, it ghosts. According to its previous training in life, this composite being requires more or less time to dissolve, the Seele alone being immortal. And consequently the Teutonic spectres assume a more and more diminutive form as their time of probation wears away. Analogous to this is Plato's explanation of the acknowledged facts of spirits haunting tombs, having been immersed during her union with the body in gross sensual pleasures. The soul becomes equally unable and unwilling to abandon her old companion and dwelling house before the same be totally consumed. To the above-quoted theories explaining the nature of the soul, and its final destination, the recent discovery of that precious monument of Gnosticism, the Pistis Sophia, enables us to add a third, infinitely more complete in all its details. This last revelation improves upon the Neoplatonic doctrine by making the astral genii, the rulers of the sphere, zodiac, create the soul from their own substance out of the tears of their eyes and the sweat of their torment, animated with a spark of that divine light which has not yet been totally extracted from their fuller nature. For these zodiacal lords evidently answer to the rebellious angels of the Jews, and the 7 devs of the Magi. In fact the whole treatise represents the religious ideas of the latter, more closely than of any other system. The cause of sin. Pist. Soph. 282. And when the Saviour had spoken these things, he continuing in his discourse said unto Mary, Now, therefore Mary, hear concerning the thing whereof thou askest of me, who is it that constraineth man to commit sin? Now therefore when, the parents, have begotten the child, when there exists in him a small power, and a small soul, and a small counterfeit of the spirit, conscience, 206 in a word, all the 3 in him being small together. No one of them understandeth anything at all, whether it be good or evil, by reason of the weight of the heavy oblivion, of the former life, that holdeth them, the body likewise being small. And the child eateth of the meats of the world of the rulers. And the soul gathereth to itself out of the portion of the soul that is concealed in these meats, and the counterfeit of the spirit gathereth to itself out of the portion of evil that resideth in the meats and in the lusts thereof. The body, likewise, gathereth the insensible matter that is in the meats. But the Fate herself taketh not out of the meats, inasmuch as she is not mixed up with them, but in what shape she came into the world, in the same she continueth. And little by little, the power, the soul, and the counterpart of the spirit grow to their full stature, and each one thereof is sensible after its own kind. 207 The power is sensible to seek after the light above. The soul is sensible to seek after the place of righteousness of the mixture, which same is the place of confusion. The counterfeit of the spirit also seeketh after all wickedness and lusts and sins. And the body is sensible to nothing save how it may draw strength out of matter, thus the three are forthwith sensible, each one according to its own nature. And the contentious ones, Rho iota delta alpha omicron iota, also send ministers who shall follow them in order to bear witness against all the sins that they may commit, to regulate the manner in which they shall punish them when they come up for judgment. The counterfeit of the spirit also thinks upon and is sensible to all the sins and the evils that come near to that soul, which proceedeth from the rulers of the great fate, and bringeth them into the soul. 208 But the inner power seeketh after the place of light, and all the Godhead, whilst the counterfeit of the spirit turneth the soul awry, and constraineth it to work all its own unlawful deeds, and all its passions, and all its wickedness continually. And it abideth a different creature from the soul, and is an enemy to the soul, and causeth it to commit all these sins and wickednesses. And also stirreth up the ministers of contention, to bear witness against the sins that it is about to cause the soul to commit. And it cometh to pass that it resteth not day or night, and it troubleth the soul in dreams and in the lusts of this world, and mocketh it to lust after all the things of this world. In a word, it urgeth the soul to do all the things that the rulers have laid before it, and it is at war with the soul, contriving that it shall do the things it would not. Now therefore this is the enemy of the soul and constraineth it to do all kinds of sins. And when it comes to pass that the time of that man is accomplished, then cometh his fate, which driveth that man unto the death appointed him by the rulers, and by means of the bonds wherewith men are tied by destiny. Then come the contentious receivers to conduct that soul out of the body. And after that these receivers go about with the soul through all the regions shewing unto it the aeons of the world. 209 Whilst the counterfeit of the spirit and fate follow after that soul, but the power that was in it goes up unto the Virgin of Light. And after those 3 days the receivers lead that soul down from above into the hell of chaos, they deliver it unto the tormentors, and the receivers return again into their own places, who punish the same according to the measure of its sins as ordained by the archons for the discharge of souls. And the counterfeit of the spirit becomes the guard over the soul, appointed over it, convicting it, in one place of punishment after the other, of the sins which it hath committed. And it leadeth the soul into the region of the archons of the middle space. And when it hath arrived in their presence, they lead it unto the mysteries of fate, and if they find them not, sealed upon the soul, they seek after their own share. And those archons punish the soul according to its sins, according to its deserts. Of those punishments I will declare the form unto you in the emanation of the universe. But after it has come to pass that the time of the soul's different punishments is accomplished in the prisons of the archons of the middle space, then the counterfeit of the spirit letteth the soul upwards out of all their regions, and bringeth it before the light of the sun, according to the commandment of the primal man 2:10, and bringeth it before the judge, the Virgin of Light. And she trieth that soul. And in case she shall find it to be sinful, she planteth within the same, a particle of the power of her own light, according unto its station in life, its body, and its share of sensibility. Then the Virgin of Light putteth her seal upon that soul and delivereth it unto one of her receivers, who will see that it be placed in a body befitting the sins that it hath committed, in a former life. And verily I say unto you, she shall not let the soul be released from the changes of its bodies, various metempsychoses, until it shall have accomplished its uttermost cycle in the shapes whereof it may be deserving. Of all which I will tell you the form, and likewise the form of the several bodies into which they shall place the souls, according to the sins of each. But if it be a soul that hath not obeyed the counterfeit of the Spirit in all its doings, but is righteous, and hath received the mysteries of light that be in the first court, or those that be in the second court, Or those in the third, which is the innermost part, adytum, when the time of that soul in the body is accomplished, and when the counterfeit of the spirit followeth after that soul, together with fate. Whilst the soul is on the road that leadeth on high, and before it is far distant therefrom. It uttereth the mystery for the breaking 211 of all the seals and all the bonds of the counterfeit of the spirit wherewith the archons have bound it unto the soul. And it having uttered those words, the bonds of the counterfeit of the spirit are loosed so that it saith to persecute that soul, and lets it go according to the commandment given unto it by the archons of the great fate. Who said unto it, Let not that soul go free, unless it shall utter unto thee the mystery for the breaking of the bonds wherewith we have bound thee unto it. Thereupon the soul, thus set free, leaves fate behind unto the archons of the way of the middle space, and destroys the counterfeit of the spirit, leaving it for the archons in the place wherein they had bound it, at first, unto the soul. And in that moment it becometh a great flood of light, shining exceedingly. And the receivers who had fetched it out of the body are afraid of that light, so that they fall down upon their faces, and the soul is made as it were a wing 212 of light, and passeth through all the regions of the archons. And through all the courses of the light, until it entereth into the place of its own kingdom for which it hath received the mystery. But if it be a soul that hath received the mystery in the first court, which is the outer part, and after receiving and performing the mystery and being converted shall again have sinned, and when its time in the body is accomplished, and the receivers come to fetch it, and the counterfeit of the spirit and fate pursue it by reason of the seals and bonds wherewith it hath been bound together with them by the archons, then if the soul whilst yet in the way of its pursuers should utter the mystery that breaketh those seals and bonds, forthwith they are all loosed and the counterfeit of the spirit ceases to follow after the soul. And the soul leaves its pursuers behind, for none of them have their own power, but the soul keeps its own power. Then the receivers that belong to the mystery which the soul hath received come and snatch it away from the contentious receivers, and these return to do the business of the archons in the occupation of fetching away souls. But the receivers of the soul, who pertain to the light, themselves become a wing of light to that soul, and a vesture of light unto it. And they lead it not into chaos, because it is not lawful to lead a soul, that hath obtained the mysteries, into chaos, but they bring it into the road of the archons of the middle space. And when they are come before the archons of the middle space, the archons depart out of the way of that soul, being in great fear, and in cruel burning, and in divers shapes, in a word being in great fear unto which there is no measure. And in that moment the soul utters the mystery of its defense before them, and they fall upon their faces out of fear of the mystery and of the defense which it hath uttered. And the soul leaves with them their fate, 213, saying unto them, Take to yourselves your fate, I am not coming into your place from henceforth, I am made a stranger unto you forever, I am coming into the place of my own inheritance. And after the soul hath said this, the receivers of the light fly away with it on high, and bring it before the aeons of destiny, giving it the proper speech of defense for the place and the seals thereof. And the soul shews to them the counterfeit of the spirit and utters the mystery that sundereth the bonds wherewith they had bound them both together, saying to them, Take to yourselves your counterfeit of the spirit. Henceforth I come not in your place, I am made a stranger unto you forever. And it shews them the seal of each and the form of defense. Then the receivers fly away with the soul and bring it through all the aeons, shewing the seal, and the defense, in all the regions of King Adamus. And of all the rulers of the places of the left hand, which defenses and seals I will declare to you when I explain to you the emanation of the mystery. Then they bring the soul before the Virgin of Light, and it giveth to the Virgin her own seal, defense, and the glory of hymns, and the Virgin of Light with the 7 other virgins examine that soul all of them, that they may all find their own marks, their own seals, their own baptisms, and their own unctions upon it. 292. Then the Virgin of Light sealeth that soul, and the receivers of light baptize the same and give unto it the spiritual unction. And each of the virgins of light sealeth it with her own seal. Furthermore the receivers deliver it over to the great Sabaoth, the good one, who is hard by the gate of life in the region of those pertaining unto the right hand, whom they call, the Father. And the soul rendereth unto him the glory of his hymns, of his seals, and of his justification. Then the great good Sabaoth sealeth it with his own seals, and the soul rendereth the knowledge, and the glory of hymns, and the seals belonging to the whole region of those that pertain unto the right hand. These also all seal it with their own seal, and Melchizedek, the great gatherer of light who is in the region of those pertaining to the right hand also sealeth that soul. Then Melchizedek's gatherers also seal it and lead it into the treasury of light, and the soul rendereth glory and honor and their proper seals in all the regions of light. Then those pertaining to all the regions of the treasury of light seal it with their own seals, and so it entereth into the place of its inheritance. State after death of the uninitiated. 261, Then stood forth Mary and said, Lord, as concerning just men and perfect in all righteousness. Such a man in whom there is no sin at all, shall they torment him with all these judgments and punishments, or shall they not? Or shall they carry such a man into the kingdom of heaven or not? The Saviour answered and said unto Mary, The just man perfect in all righteousness, that hath never committed sin, but yet hath never obtained any one mystery of light, when his time cometh for departing out of the body. Straightway there shall come for him the gatherers belonging to that one of the great triple powers who is the greatest amongst them, in order that they may take away that soul from the contentious gatherers. And during 3 days they shall go about with that soul amongst all the creatures of the world, i.e., throughout all creation. After the 3 days they shall lead him down into chaos, so that they may deliver him out of 214 all the punishments therein, and out of the judgments, and they shall bring him unto all the judgment places. But no flame of chaos shall afflict him greatly. 262, Nevertheless they shall in some wise afflict him for a little space, but speedily shall they have compassion upon him, and draw him up out of chaos so as to take him out of the road of the middle space, and from all the rulers thereof. And these shall not punish him with their cruel torments, but the flame of their regions shall afflict him in some measure. And after they have brought him into the unmerciful place Alpha Chi Theta Alpha Nu Alpha Beta Alpha Sigma, they shall not torment him with the cruel torments therein, but they shall keep him there a little while, and afflict him in some measure with the heat of the torments of that place. But they shall quickly have compassion upon him, and bring him forth out of all those places, neither shall they lead him by the way that goeth from out of the aeons, for fear lest the rulers of the aeons should hold him too firmly. But they shall conduct him by the path of the sun's light, in order to bring him before the Virgin of Light. And she doth try that soul that she may find it free from sin, and she ordereth it not to be carried unto the light because the mark of the kingdom of light is not upon it. But she sealeth it with a special seal, and takes care that it be put into a body of righteousness belonging to the aeons. 263, This man will be good, so that he will obtain the seals of the mysteries of the light, and inherit the kingdom for ever and ever. But if he shall have sinned once, twice, or thrice, they shall reject that soul, sending it back again into the world according to the form of the sins that it may have committed, the form whereof I will declare unto you hereafter. But verily, verily I say unto you, that even the righteous man that hath committed no sin at all cannot be brought into the kingdom of light, forasmuch the seal of the mysteries of that kingdom is not found upon him. Once for all, I say unto you, a soul cannot be brought into the kingdom, if it be without the mysteries of the kingdom of light. Future punishments. The Gnostics did not fail, after the example of their orthodox rivals, to employ the strongest stimulants of terror in order to gain converts. As is forcibly manifested by this picture of the varied torments of the world to come, the appointed heritage of all who obtained not the gnosis which they preached, Pistis Sophia. 255. And Jesus continuing in his discourse said unto the disciples, When I shall have returned into the light, preach ye unto the whole world. Say unto them, Slacken not by day and night to seek until ye shall find the mysteries of the kingdom of light, that shall cleanse you, and render you a pure light, and shall bring you into the kingdom of light. Say unto them, Renounce the world and all the matter which is therein, and all the cares and the sins thereof in a word, all the conversation that therein is that ye may be worthy of the mysteries of light. That ye may be saved from all the punishments that are in the judgment places. Say unto them, Renounce murmuring, that ye may be worthy of the mysteries of light, that ye may be saved from the burning of the figure of the dog. Say unto them, renounce obedience, to the world, that ye may be saved from the judgments of the figure of the dog. Say unto them, renounce invocation, of idols, that ye may be worthy of the mysteries of light, that ye may be saved from the torments of Ariel. Renounce a lying tongue, that ye may be saved from the burning rivers of the figure of the dog-shaped one. Renounce false witnessing, that ye may be set free, that ye may be saved from the same rivers. Renounce boastings and pride, that ye may be saved from the burning pits of Ariel. Renounce self-love, that ye may be saved from the judgments of Orcus. 2:15 Renounce talkativeness, that ye may be saved from the fires of Orcus. Renounce unjust judgments, that ye may be saved from the torments that be in Orcus. Renounce covetousness, that ye may be saved from the rivers of smoke of the dog-shaped. Renounce the love of this world, that ye may be saved from the pitched coats burning of the dog-shaped. Renounce robbery, that ye may be saved from the rivers of deceit of Ariel. Renounce evil speaking, that ye may be saved from the torments of the river of smoke. Renounce wickedness, that ye may be saved from the burning seas of Ariel. Renounce unmercifulness, that ye may be saved from the judgments of the dragon shapes. Renounce anger, that ye may be saved from the rivers of smoke of the dragon shapes. Renounce reviling, that ye may be saved from the burning seas of the dragon shapes. Renounce robbery, that ye may be saved from the boiling seas of the same. Renounce thieving, that ye may be saved from Ildabaoth. Renounce backbiting, that ye may be saved from the burning rivers of the lion-shaped one. Renounce fighting and quarreling, that ye may be saved from the boiling rivers of Ildabaoth. Renounce stubbornness, that ye may be saved from the ministers of Ildabaoth and his burning seas. Renounce evil deeds, that ye may be saved from all the devils of Ildabaoth and from all his punishments. Renounce desperateness, that ye may be saved from the seas of boiling pitch of Ildabaoth. Renounce adultery, that ye may be saved from the seas of brimstone and pitch of the lion-shaped. Renounce murders, that ye may be saved from the ruler of crocodiles, which is the first creature in the ice that is in the outer darkness. Renounce cruelty and ungodliness, that ye may be saved from the rulers of the outer darkness. Renounce impiety, that ye may be saved from weeping and the gnashing of teeth. Renounce witchcraft, that ye may be saved from the mighty frost and hail of the outer darkness. Renounce blasphemy, that ye may be saved from the great dragon of the outer darkness. Renounce false doctrines, that ye may be saved from all the torments of the great dragon of the outer darkness. Say unto them that teach false doctrines, and unto every one that is taught by them, woe unto you. For, unless ye repent and leave your error, ye shall fall into the torments of the great dragon of the outer darkness, exceeding cruel, and they in the world shall not redeem you out of them for ever and ever. But ye shall be utterly destroyed unto the end. Say unto them that slight the doctrine of truth of the first mystery, woe unto you, for your punishment shall be evil beyond that of all men, ye shall abide in the great frost, ice, and hail in the middle of the dragon, and in the outer darkness. And they in this world shall not redeem you from this hour forth for ever, but ye shall be in that place. And in the dissolution of the universe ye shall be consumed, so that ye shall be destroyed for ever. Talismanic leaden scrolls. The only classical notice of the employment of these engines for moving the invisible world, not, however, for good, but for evil, is to be found in the Annals of Tacitus, 2:69, who thus enumerates them amongst the means, real or imaginary, whereby Livia's agent, Piso, occasioned, or aggravated, the final illness of the too popular Germanicus. The severity of the attack, a fever, was heightened by the suspicion of poison on the part of Piso, and in fact there were discovered, hidden in the house walls, fragments of human corpses. Spells and curses and the name of Germanicus engraved upon plates of lead. Also ashes half burnt and soaked in blood, and other pieces of witchcraft by means whereof it is believed that souls are made over unto the infernal gods. A very remarkable example of the practice of this malevolent superstition has been published by Visconti, Op. Varius 3. 256, it is a sheet of lead found, folded up, within a tomb opened at the Hippotade gate of Athens. And a copy of which he had received from M. Fauvel. The inscription, full of blunders both in spelling and grammar, is arranged in 10 lines, seemingly meant for trochaic tetrameters, and may be read thus. 1. Rho mu chi theta nu iota omicron, gamma kappa alpha tau omicron chi. 2. Kappa alpha pi rho tau nu phi epsilon rho sigma epsilon phi nu eta nu. 3. Phi epsilon rho sigma epsilon phi nu eta kappa alpha tau alpha delta delta epsilon xi alpha nu. 4. Pi rho tau omicron upsilon pi alpha nu tau alpha. 5. Kappa lambda epsilon omicron phi rho alpha delta. 6. Kappa alpha delta pi rho tau omicron upsilon omicron sigma iota. 7. Kappa alpha nu alpha upsilon beta tau eta nu kappa alpha delta pi rho tau omicron upsilon. 8. Tau lambda eta pi lambda epsilon mu omicron nu kappa alpha delta. 9. Kappa alpha tau omicron mu epsilon tau kappa tau eta sigma omicron upsilon pi alpha nu tau alpha. 10. Kappa alpha delta. 216. Infernal Hermes, imprisoning earth, and also Persephone. I lay a spell upon Dexius before all these deities, also upon Cleophrades, Naubates, Ctesias with all his family. The defunct Athenian must assuredly have departed this life full of charity towards all his neighbors to have taken such pains to carry with him a memorandum so expressive of his wishes on their behalf. It reminds one of the old Monmouthshire farmer, who, as tradition tells, dying of a broken heart, ordered the bitterest verses of the cursing psalm to be engraved upon his tombstone for the benefit of his enemy. As it may yet be seen at Christchurch, near Caerleon, Monmouthshire. The Verulamium scrolls, page 339, contained invocations of the opposite character, for the benefit of the parties named therein. Yet another variety are the leaden scrolls found numerously in the lately discovered Demetrium of Cnidus. Some evidently belong to a kind of ordeal, the accused party asking to be ill-treated by Persephone in the next world, if guilty of such or such a charge. Others contain similar ill wishes against individuals therein specified who have injured the writers. By far the most curious of these relics is the leaden plate, found at Bath, 1880, engraved with 4 lines of words placed in their proper order, but spelt backwards for the sake of disguise, and about 4 inches square. It is thus read by Zangemeister. Camihi mantilium involavit. Sic liquat calm aqua olea, ta. Ni ca eam salvavit, vina vel. Exupersus varianus servianus. Ischianus sagarbalus cubus. Minianus cum savina. Ceremonially. This reading is not satisfactory in many places. The lost object is written VV, to be read backwards, like all the rest, and therefore bears no resemblance to Mantilium. The malignity of the Greek character is exemplified in nothing more strongly than in the open toleration of the use of such engines of spite. In the great temple of Demeter at Cnidus, Mr. Newton found many of these leaden scrolls invoking the vengeance of the goddess of the place, her daughter, and the other infernal gods, upon individuals specified by name. It will be remarked that this dire detestatio was not contingent upon the refusal of a just demand, as in the case of the worthy Silurian hereafter to be mentioned. But were the means of revenge resorted to by persons too cowardly to use those supplied by nature, or probably for the mere sake of gratifying spite. As a Roman pendant to this Athenian legacy of curses, I copy the leaden scroll found, many years ago, in the garden of the Villa Menenti, upon the Via Latina. De Rossi, who first published it in the Bulletino dell'Institut. Arch Rom. For 1852, is of opinion that orthography and characters indicate the date of the last century of the Republic. Quomodo mortuos ca istic sepultus est nec loci nec sermonari potest, siec rodine apud m. Licinium faustum mortua sit, nec loci nec sermonari possit. Ita ut mortuos nec ad deos nec ad homs acceptus est, ita rodine apud m. Licinium acceptus sit, e tantum valit quantum al mortuos ca istic sepultus est, dite pater. Rodin tibi commendo ut semper odio sid m, Licinio Fausto, item m, Hedium Amphionem, item c, Papilium Apollonium, item Venonia Hermiona, item Sergia Glycina. It is easy to construct a history out of these lines, the despairing lover dying from the perfidy of the fair Rhodine, who has jilted him for the noble Licinius. Faustus prays the god of hell to make her distasteful to her possessor, and also to punish her aiders and abettors, whose Greek cognomens show them to be of the condition of freedmen. In the same strain we lave the commination, sounding to us so jocular, but doubtless in its own time intended for something very serious, addressed to Nodens, discovered amidst the ruins of his not much frequented temple in Lydney Park, Gloucestershire. Devo nodenti Silvianus anilum perdedit, de medium, sic, partem donavit nodenti inter cabus nomen Sinitiani nollis permittas sanitatum donec perforat usque templum nodentis. Whereby the half-civilized Silurian, as his name betrays, in artless grammar and orthography, beseeches the local deity never to allow Sinitianus or any of his family to enjoy health, until he brings back the ring. The loss of which Silvianus ascribes to him, and restores it to the rightful owner at the temple of Nodens, in which case 1/2 its value is promised to the god for his assistance in recovering the stolen property. These thank offerings to Nedendu, perhaps identical with the Etruscan Nethunos, were made in coppers, the very stipes out of which the tessellated pavement of his temple was paid for, as the inscription thereon yet testifies. They were found plentifully strewed over the floor, of every date down to Honorius. Then some sudden raid of barbarians gave the whole establishment to the flames. The idea of binding is practically carried out in spell 7 of Athanasi's Mag. Papyrus, which directs you to lay the link of a chain, caparo kappa omicron, upon a leaden plate, and having traced its outline, to write thereon, round the circumference. The common Gnostic legend, reading both ways, continuously. Iota alpha epsilon omega beta alpha phi rho epsilon nu omicron theta iota lambda alpha rho iota kappa rho iota phi iota. Alpha epsilon alpha rho iota phi iota kappa rho alpha lambda iota theta omicron mu epsilon rho phi alpha beta alpha omega epsilon alpha iota. Within the circle must be written the nature of the thing it is desired to prevent. The operation is entitled the Ring of Hermes. The link was then to be folded up on the leaden plate, and thrown into the grave of one dead before his time, or else into a disused well. After the formula above given was to follow, in Greek, prevent thou such and such a person from doing such and such a thing, a proof that the long string of epithets all referred to the same power. We now come to relics of the same sort, but of diverse intention, being those passports to eternal bliss, so frequently mentioned in the course of the preceding dissertation. Of these the most complete example is the leaden book formerly belonging to the celebrated Father Kircher, in whose collection it first made its appearance, but concerning the provenance of which nothing is known. Although matter suspects it to be the same that Montfaucon gave to Cardinal Bouillon, who died at Rome in 1715. But this identification is entirely ungrounded, as shall presently be shown. The same writer has given facsimiles, in his Excursion Gnostique, of the 7 pages composing the book, now deposited in the Museum Kircherianum. These leaves are of lead, 3 by 4 inches square, engraved on each side, with a religious composition for heading, under which are, in every case, 5 lines of inscription, that mystic number having doubtless been purposely adopted by the spellmaker. These lines are written in large Greek capitals, square-shaped, and resembling the character commonly used on Gnostic gems. Intermixed are other forms, some resembling the hieroglyphs still current for the signs and planets. Others Egyptian Demotic and Pahlavi letters. The language does not appear to be Coptic, but rather some Semitic tongue, many words being composed entirely of consonants, showing that the vowels were to be supplied by the reader. The chief interest, however, of the relic lies in the designs heading each page, in which we recognize the usual figures of Gnostic iconology, together with others of a novel character. All touched in with a free and bold graver with the fewest possible strokes. The purport of the writing underneath may be conjectured, on the authority of the Litany of the Dead 217 and the Diagramma of the Ophites, to be the prayers addressed by the ascending soul to these particular deities, each in his turn. The very number of the pages, 7 in all, comes to support this explanation. The astral presidents to be propitiated in the heavenward journey are represented in the following manner. 1. A nude female figure, in which the navel, the circle of the sun, is strongly defined. She makes a gesture of adoration to a genius in a conical cap and short tunic, armed with a trident, Shiva's proper weapon, and consequently appropriated afterwards by the medieval ruler of Tartarus. Reverse. Palm within a circle or garland, and a large caduceus. 2. Female in flowing robes, addressing a gigantic fowl, much too squat, apparently, in its proportions for the ibis of Thoth, perhaps intended for the yet more divine bird, the phoenix. Reverse. Nude female adoring a certain undefined monster, furnished with large ears, and placed upon a low altar. The first line of the accompanying prayer seems to begin with the Pahlavi letters equivalent to S, P, V. 3. Horus, leaning upon an instrument of unknown use, regarding a huge tortoise, better drawn than the rest, which is crawling towards him. Reverse. Female in long flowing robes, holding up her hands to a naked child, Horus, who is in the act of leaping down to her from a lofty pedestal. 4. Anubis attired in a short mantle, reminding one of Mephistopheles, attentively contemplating a lofty hill, the apex whereof has the form of an eagle's head. Reverse. Female in rags leaning on a staff advancing towards another richly clothed and crowned, who lifts up her hands as though terrified at the apparition. 5. Abraxas in his proper form, looking towards a female fully draped, who offers him some indistinct symbol, much resembling an epsilon turned upside down. The prayer below opens with the word iota alpha omega, whence it may be fairly conjectured that the first characters in each of the other pages give the name of the deity pictured above. Reverse. Frog and serpent facing each other, ancient emblems of spring, but probably used here in their medieval sense as types of the resurrection of the body. 6. A headless man with rays issuing from his shoulders, and holding out a torch, appears falling backwards with affright on the approach of a winged dragon. Reverse. A squat personage with radiated crown stands in front face in the attitude of the Egyptian Typhon. On the other side stands a very indistinct figure, resembling a cupid, having square-cut wings, his back turned to the spectator. 7. Female with robe flying in an arch over her head, as Iris is commonly pictured, extends her hand to an approaching bull, the drawing of the latter being vastly superior to any of the other figures. One is led to discover in this group Venus and her tutelary sign, Taurus. Reverse. Female reclining on the ground, towards whom advances a large bird, seemingly meant for a pigeon. In the sacred animals figuring in these successive scenes it is impossible to avoid discovering an allusion to the forms the Gnostics gave to the planetary rulers. A legend of theirs related how the Savior in his descent to this lower world escaped the vigilance of these powers by assuming their own form as he traversed the sphere of each. Whence a conjecture may be hazarded that similar metamorphoses of the illumined soul are hinted at in these inexplicable pictures. We now come to the consideration of a second relic of the same kind, known as Card Bullion's Leaden Book. How matter could have supposed this to be the same with Kircher's, supposing him ever to have compared his own facsimiles with Montfaucon's, is a thing totally beyond my comprehension. For Montfaucon, in his plate 187, has given every leaf of the former, apparently copied with sufficient fidelity, the pictures on which I shall proceed to describe for the purpose of comparison with those in the Kircherian volume. For the general analogy in the designs attests the similar destination of both monuments, whilst at the same time the variation in details proves the existence of two distinct specimens of this interesting class. The leaves within the two covers, connected by rings secured by a rod passed through them, are only 6 in number. Whilst the inscriptions, though in much the same lettering as the Kircherian copy, fill only 4 lines on a page, and only 4 pages in all, the other 8 pages having pictures alone. Now to describe these pictures, which seem in better drawing than those of the former set. 218 page 1. Man, nude, standing up. 2. Female fully draped, walking. 3. The same figure, extending one hand. 4. Anubis in a short mantle. 5. The usual figure of the Abraxas god. 6. Bird-headed man surrounded with rays, free. 7. Bust of Serapis. 8. Female reclining. 9. Terminal figure in the form of a cross. 10. Frog. 11. Ibis, or phoenix. 12. Female holding above her head a star-spangled veil. Montfaucon supposes all these figures represent the genii who preside over the hours of the day, the first being expressive of rising, the last of night. And calls attention to the fact that the seventh page is assigned to Serapis, who sometimes receives the title of Pi Tau Alpha Gamma Rho Mu Mu Alpha Tau Omicron Theta Epsilon. But in his plate 188, Montfaucon copies from Benoni's Museum Kircherianum another leaden book, found in a sepulchre, which actually has 7 pages, and 2 figures heading each. In the specimen pages, and this may possibly be the one since published in its entirety by Matter. Although at present the leaves are separate, not connected into a book, which may be the result of accident during the century and a half that has elapsed since it was first noticed. Another discovery of the same nature has been made in our own times, and investigated with the greatest care. In the year 1852, whilst excavating the ruins of a tomb in the Vigna Marini, near the Porta Pia, a marble sarcophagus was brought to light, ornamented with a bas-relief representing either the adoration of the Magi, or else the prototype of that scene, the birth of the new sun. The floor of the tomb was paved with a mosaic equally ambiguous in subject, whether a Madonna and child, or, what the concomitants render more probable, Isis suckling the infant Harpocrates. Several minor sarcophagi in terracotta surrounded the larger one, and in these were found many leaden plates, rolled up into scrolls, not bound up like books. 11 of these can still be deciphered. Matter publishes facsimiles of 3 of the best preserved, but none of them present any legends like the examples above described. On the first is seen Anubis wearing a long tunic and buskins, and holding out a scroll. At his feet are 2 female busts, below all are 2 serpents entwined about the same object as in the second scroll, where also the same busts appear, viz. a corpse swathed up like a mummy. In the second scroll these busts are set on each side of the Anubis, a large figure much mutilated, but attired as above, and holding out a cross, the sign of life. Under his feet lies the corpse, encircled in the numerous folds of a huge serpent, the Agathodemon, guardian of the deceased. And this last type supplies the motive for so frequently placing upon gems the serpent-girt mummy. In the olden creed the serpent watched over tombs as well as over buried treasure. When Aeneas is offering sacrifice at his father's grave, v. 84. Dixerat haec. Addidus cum lubricus anguis abimus. Septem ingens gyros, septina volumina, traxit. Amplexus placid tumulum, lapsusque per eris. Coerulii cui terga nodi, maculosus et oro. Squamum incendibat fulgur, sun nubilus arcus. Mil jacet varios adverso sol colores. Obstupiat visu Aeneas. Il agmen longo. Tandem inter pateras, eti loevia pocula serpens. Libovic dapes, versusque inoxius imo. Successit tumulo, eti de pasta altaria liquid. Hoc magus in septos genitori instaurat honores. Insertus genium loci famulum parentis. Esse putet. In the third scroll, the most valuable of all, the same Anubis bears on his arm an oblong object, perhaps the Roman scutum, held so as to convert the outline of the figure into a complete Latin cross. Across this shield and the field run a number of Gnostic symbols, conspicuous amongst which is the sigil prescribed by Alexander Trallianus as a cure for the colic. Others resemble some ordinary mason's marks. For example, an 8-armed cross, a circle, and a square cut by horizontal and vertical lines. At the god's foot is a rhomboid, the Egyptian egg of the world, towards which crawls a serpent coiled into a circle. A remarkable addition is the inscription carved over the tunic in semi-cursive letters. Greek letters. Under the pairs of busts in the other scrolls is the letter omega, repeated 7 times in a line, reminding one of the names. The interpretation whereof has been already given from the Pistis Sophia. Very remarkable also is the line of characters, apparently palmyrene, upon the legs of the first Anubis. As for the figure of the serpent, supposing these talismans to emanate not from the Isiac but the newer Ophite creed, it may well stand for that true and perfect serpent, who leads forth the souls of all that put their trust in him out of the Egypt of the body, and through the Red Sea of death into the land of promise, saving them on their way from the serpents of the wilderness, that is, from the rulers of the stars. As for the symbols so largely used here and in other Gnostic monuments, their frequent construction out of lines terminated by dots or heads irresistibly suggests a theory for their origin. In this respect, and in general form, they strikingly resemble certain characters in the oldest Babylonian alphabet. This alphabet, simple in construction, long preceding the elaborate nailhead, is allowed to have been pictorial, i.e., hieroglyphic, in its nature. It is very conceivable that, revered for antiquity, this primitive character was preserved in sacred usages long after it had grown obsolete in common life. The cuneiform continued the national alphabet of Persia down to the Macedonian conquest, and doubtless was the one generally employed by the natives, very few of whom probably learnt the language of the new masters, until it was replaced by its last modification, the early Pahlavi. And as for the primitive hieroglyphic letters, it was natural that certain of their forms, expressing peculiarly sacred ideas, as the sun symbol, signifying God, should retain a mystic, perhaps thaumaturgic, value in the practice of the Magi long after their original meaning was forgotten. And these very Magi were the teachers of the talisman makers of Gnostic times. 219 This explanation is strongly supported by the recent discovery, that in the Assyrian inscriptions every deity has a certain numeral assigned him, which said numeral frequently stands in the place of his full name. For example, the numeral for Anu, Pluto, is 60, for Baal, Jupiter, 50, for Hoa, Neptune, 40, the same rule holding good for the sun, moon, and planets. Hence is it more than probable that our Gnostic talismans exhibit to us those very numeri Babyloniae, which Horus dissuades the fair Lucono from consulting in her unadvised desire to learn the future. Such relics of old Chaldean lore would, it may well be supposed, never cease to be reproduced as they were originally Chopin. The current Pahlavi would have carried on its face too recent a stamp to impose upon superstition. All numerals were at first letters of an alphabet. Some amongst the unknown characters and Mason's marks found on talismans cannot but be numerals, considering the essential part the properties of numbers play in several divisions of the Gnostic family. This notion is strongly supported by what Hippolytus, Egyptian theology, says of a certain numeral, lost in the text, but from a subsequent passage clearly the 10, which is a sacred number, and which is written down and tied about the necks of sick people as a means of cure. In like manner a certain plant which terminates in the same number, of leaves, being similarly hung around the patient produces the same effect, in consequence of the virtue of that number. Moreover a physician cures his patients when they amount to that particular number, but when the number of them is against him he does so with great difficulty. The Egyptians attend much to such numerals, and calculate all similar matters according to this rule, some reckoning by the vowels alone, others by all the letters in the word. The plant meant may have been the Agnus Castus, still regarded by the Turks as a potent amulet, and called Kef Marjam, the hand of Mary, on account of its digitate form. The same hand made of blue glass is tied round children's necks, or on the part of the body to be protected against the stroke of the evil eye. Again, that important sect the Marcosians are shown by Hippolytus to teach no better doctrine than a mere patchwork of scraps, stolen from the notions of astrology, and from the Pythagorean art of numbers. In their theosophy the sacred numerals were the 30, the sum of the letters constituting the ineffable name, and the constituents of the same. Viz. 8, 10, 12, expressed in Greek by eta, iota, iota alpha, or, again, by an intricate combination of these numerals giving the sum 99, written in Greek rho. In another place, 4. 51, Hippolytus observes that almost every heresy is indebted to the science of arithmetic for its invention of the hebdomads, and its emanation of the eons. Although the different teachers divide them variously, and change their names, doing in reality nothing more, in all which way of proceeding Pythagoras is their true master. He who first brought with him out of Egypt the use of numbers in such matters. The so-called Pythagorean numerals, of unknown antiquity, whether or not due to the Samian sage, are said to be preserved to us by Boethius, the last of the Romans, in his treatise on arithmetic. That they would be the true parents of our Arabic numerals is at once apparent by inverting the figures standing for 1, 2, 5, 7, 9, 0. Their forms look like certain Palmyrene letters slightly modified. The Palmyrene is a very ancient Syriac alphabet, totally different in origin from either Punic or Pahlavi. The ancient importance of this character is apparent from what Epiphanius notices, Hair, 66. Manes divided his work into 22 books, being the number of the letters in the Syriac alphabet. For most of the Persians use the Syriac character as well as the Persian, just as with us many nations, although having a national alphabet of their own, yet employ the Greek. Others again pride themselves upon using the most cultivated dialect, viz. that current in Palmyra, both the dialect itself and its letters, and these are 22 in number. In this affectation of the learned in Persia, a sufficient reason presents itself for the occasional appearance of Palmyrene letters in spells composed and sold by the Magi or their semi-Grecian disciples under the Roman Empire. The practice went back far beyond the epoch of the great heresiarch, for many Babylonian cylinders are known inscribed, instead of the cumbrous cuneiform, with a Semitic lettering, sometimes more resembling the Palmyrene than the Punic. And even when the Pahlavi had become the national alphabet of Persia, there was very good reason why the cultivators of polite literature should prefer the Palmyrene alphabet for its superior copiousness, their own possessing no more than 15 distinct characters. And, lastly, the remark of Epiphanius deserves attention as to certain Western nations then possessing alphabets of their own, for it proves, contrary to the received opinion, that as late as A.D. 400 they had not all been superseded by the Greek or the Latin letters throughout the whole extent of the Roman world. The curious question of these numerals, and the deep ideas involved therein, has led us far away from the proper object of this chapter: sepulchral scrolls. Their use was carried on by the Christians down to comparatively recent times. Fauno describes amongst the innumerable bijoux of all kinds deposited in the coffin 220 of the infant imperial bride Maria Honorii a small plate of gold on which were written, or rather scratched, the words, in Greek, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel. And the Abbé Cochet has figured in his very interesting Researches 221 in the old Norman cemeteries many leaden plates, cross-shaped, inscribed with prayers, placed regularly upon the breast of the buried body. Out of 4 examples found in the old cemetery of Batiles, Dieppe, the most complete formula, written in a character that cannot be later than the 13th century, runs as follows. DNS iota eta si Cairo si ca dixit discipulus sui quodcunc legavaritis super turam erit legatum et in celis quodcunc solvaritis super turam erit salutum et in celis decorum numero licet nos indignos nos esse voluit ipsi te absolvit per ministerium nostrum quodcunc facisti cogitation locution negligenter ac necibus omnibus absolutum perdusra digniter. In regnum salorum ca vivit et regnat Deus per secula seculorum. Amen. Omnipotens Deus miseriter animo mesaline condonet peccata tibi preterita presentia et futura liberat te ob omni malo conservat et confirmat idenir bono et purgicat te Christus filius Dei ad vitam aeternam et ad sanctorum consortium absolution et remission penitentia tribuit tibi Massaline omnipotens pius et misericors iota eta si. Amen. The Abbé states that it is still the custom in the Russian Church for the Popa at a funeral, after reading the form of absolution, to place the paper in the hand of the corpse to accompany him into the grave. The remarkable properties of numerals captivated the fancy of man as soon as the science of arithmetic was invented. From their powers of infinite multiplication the ancients gave them sexes, making the odd the males, the even the females of the species. This assumption plays a great part in the theosophy of Marcus. From this idea, the next step was a very easy one: the attribution of mystic virtues to certain combinations of numerals that produced curious results by their addition. Of such, the most striking example is the magic square. The grand medieval charm against the plague, and therefore conspicuous in Albert Durer's picture of Melancholy, where the dull goddess sits in gloomy abstraction, surrounded by the emblems of all the arts and sciences. This, which however 4, 14, 15, 1, 9, 7, 6, 12, 5, 11, 10, 8, 16, 2, 3, 13. Added, gives the same result, viz., 34. The celebrated Karim magician of 40 years ago, employed a diagram constructed on the same principle, but with different numerals, into the middle of which, traced on a sheet 4, 9, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 1, 6. Of paper, he poured the little pool of ink which served for mirror to exhibit the spectres of the persons called for by his dupes. And, to conclude this subject in an appropriate manner, a 15th century MS. In the library of this college, amongst a number of charms, gave this, for procuring favor with all men, always carry about you written down. Alpha. Chi. Eta. Beta. Chi. U. Upsilon. Iota iota iota. Kappa. Omicron. Part 5. Templars, Rosicrucians, Freemasons. Inscriptions propter quas batimonium deseri possit, at cum intraveris, ddic. Quam nihil in medio invenis. Plin. H. N. Pref. Masonic Origins. At the first sight it is absolutely startling to recognize so many Gnostic, primarily Indian, symbols, figuring so conspicuously amongst the insignia and illustrated formulae of our Freemasons, and that, too, apparently in their original sense as exponents of the deepest mysteries, human and divine, a circumstance of itself lending a specious color to the pretensions of the order to the most venerable antiquity. Inscriptions propter quas batimonia deseri passant. Sed ubi intraveris, dic. Quam nihil in medio invenis, to quote old Pliny's words in speaking of the charlatans of his day. For the pleasing illusion vanishes when we come to investigate the line of their descent, and the fraternity, though claiming them as its own legitimate inheritance, turns out at the end a mere daw in borrowed plumes. To begin by stating these claims, as recently put forward by one of their most zealous and pugnacious defenders, the mere title may be comparatively modern, for the society in antediluvian and prehistorical times most undoubtedly was not called Freemasonry. But the thing was in existence, and has descended to our own day. On the arrival of the Romans in Britain, we find Caesar and several of the Roman generals who succeeded him in the government of the island becoming patrons and protectors of the craft. But there is no information to be found in regard to the usages and customs prevalent among them at that time. Their lodges and conventions were regularly held, but were open only to the initiated fellows. There is enough however to show that the same society which now flourishes everywhere was then in existence, holding lodges and conventions and having its initiated fellows. I may add, that a regular list of Grand Masters can be produced quite as genuine and reliable as that of the Archbishops of Canterbury, or of the Kings of England. If that in itself is not valid evidence enough of the continued existence of the same society in England from the earliest historical period down to the present date, I don't know what would be admitted as sufficient evidence. Going back to AD 300 we find the Emperor Carausius supporting it, and appointing Albanus, his steward, Grand Master. This was none other than the famous Saint Alban, the first British martyr, who was born at Verulam, now St. Albans, in Hertfordshire. 222. The above is an unusually brilliant specimen of the logic of the Brotherhood. That assumes in every notice of building and builders to be found in antiquity a recognition of the then existence of their own society exactly as at present constituted. The old guild of working masons seems to have made pretensions of the same nature, if we allow the genuineness of the supposed Bodleian MS copied by Locke, for their great patron Henry VI. Informs his scholar that the mystery was first brought into England by Peter Gower, Pythagoras, a corruption of the name, by the way. Plainly betraying that he had obtained this piece of information from a French mouth, probably from someone in the suite of his queen. It is not unlikely that this connection of the father of mathematics with the building trade arose from the study of that science by the Greek and Roman architects, for upon the vital importance of a knowledge of mathematics to his own profession, Vitruvius repeatedly and strongly insists. But this very king, whom our Freemasons claim as their chief resuscitator, furnishes the most conclusive evidence against the reality of their modern pretensions. By the advice of the Bishop of Winchester, better known as Cardinal Beaufort, he passed an act, in his 3rd year, forbidding Masons to hold lodges or any meetings whatsoever. Which protection is clearly directed against no higher things than mere trade union proceedings. But at a later period he showed the Masons more favor, and even attended their meetings, as did his contemporary James I of Scotland. But the question is set at rest by the language of the Act, 223 first. Whereas by the assembling congregations and confederacies made by the Masons in their grand chapters and assemblies the good cause and effect of the statute of laborers be openly violated and broken, in subversion of the law and to the great damage of all the commons, our said Lord the King willing in this case to provide remedy by the advice and assent aforesaid, and at the special request of the said commons, hath ordered and established, that such chapters and congregations shall not be hereafter made, they that cause such chapters and congregations to be assembled and holden, if they thereof be convict, shall be judged for felons. And that all the other Masons that come to such chapters and congregations, be punished by imprisonment of their bodies, and make fine and ransom at the King's will. The earliest Masonic document. The language of this act is sufficiently conclusive, but for accumulation of proofs, I shall proceed to establish the same position by giving a summary of the oldest and only genuine document extant on the subject of Masonry. This document is a MS Bib Reg 17. A.I. FF 32, written in a hand that cannot be later than the close of the 13th century, and of which a copy has been published by J. O. Halliwell. It commences with a history of architecture from the beginning, and of the introduction of the art into England, and then proceeds to give, in rhyme, the rules of the craft. Conceived in precisely the same business-like spirit as those of a trades union. The preamble is, Hic incipient constitutions artis geometrici secundum Euclidem. 224 Once upon a time a certain king and his nobles had such large families as to be unable to maintain them decently, and taking counsel together devised they should be taught some trade whereby to live. A great clerk Euclid proposed teaching them geometry, called Masonry, the most honest craft of all. He ordered that the most advanced of his scholars should be styled master by the rest, but that he should call none of his inferiors either subject or servant, but always my dear brother. In this manner by good wit and geometry began first the craft of Masonry. Euclid invented and taught the same in Egypt. Many years afterwards it was brought into England in King Athelstan's time. This good king loved the craft and built many towers, halls, bowers, and temples. But finding out many defects in the craft he determined to reform the same and summoned an assembly of all the Masons in England together with all his lords and commons, and 15 articles there they brought, and 15 points there they wrote. Art. The master must be just and true, and pay his fellows according to the price of provisions, neither exact more from his employer than he pays his men, nor take bribes from either side. 2. Every master mason must attend the general congregation or assembly, wherever it shall be held, unless hindered by sickness, else shall he be accounted disobedient to the craft and full of falseness. 3. No prentice to be taken for less than 7 years, for in less time he cannot learn his business either to his employer's profit or to his own. 4. No bondsman may be taken for prentice. Otherwise it might so happen that his lord might take him out of the lodge itself, and so occasion great tumult, for all the Masons would stand together by their fellow. The prentice must therefore be taken of the master's own degree. But of old times it was ordained he should be of gentle blood, and even great lords' sons took to this geometry. The prentice must be of lawful birth, and sound both in mind and body. For an imperfect man of such blood should do the craft but little good. A maimed man he hath no might. Ye may it knowen long ere night. 6. The master must not take from his employer the same pay for the prentice as for the perfect workman. Nevertheless, before the prentice's time is out, as he increases in knowledge, so may his wages be proportionably raised. 7. The master must neither for love nor money clothe, feed, or harbor a thief, nor a homicide, nor one of bad fame, all which would bring the craft to shame. 8. If the master finds any of his men incompetent he must turn him off, and take another in his place, as such a hand would do the craft short worship. 9. The master must undertake no job that he is unable to finish, and must see that he lays the foundation so that it will neither give nor crack. X. No master mason must supplant another under penalty of £10 unless where the work has tumbled down through the incompetence of the first builder. In all points of this curious craft, masons must live together like brethren. 11. No mason is to work by night unless for the sake of trying experiments for amending errors. 12. No mason must disparage the work of another, but rather must praise the same, and if wrong, privately advise him how to aright it. 13. The prentice must be taught every branch of the business, and be put upon work suitable to his ability. 14. The master must take no prentices, unless he have diverse jobs in hand, in order to teach them the trade. 15. The prentice must be a friend to his master, never deceive him for the sake of another, neither stand by his fellows in a wrong cause, nor take a false oath. These 15 points were likewise ordained at the aforesaid assembly. I. The mason must love God, Holy Church, and his fellow masons, wheresoever he may go. 2. The mason must work as truly as he can upon the workday, and so deserve his pay upon the holy day. 3. The prentice is on no account to divulge any trade secrets. This third point it must be special. Let the prentice know it well. His master's counsel he keep in close. And his fellows, by good purpose. The secrets of the chamber he tell to none. Nor in the lodge whatever is done. Whatever thou sayest or hearest them do, tell it no man wherever thou go. The counsel of hall and eke of bower, keep it well in great honor, lest it should bring thyself to blame, and bring the craft into great shame. 4. That no mason be false to the craft nor maintain his cause against it, neither do prejudice to master nor fellow, and that the prentice stand in awe. The master must take his wages, whatever ordained him, without disputing. The master, if unable to find them work as before, to give them warning in the forenoon. 6. If any dispute or quarrel arise amongst the masons, the master must make them put off the settlement thereof until the next holy day. And not allow it to be settled upon a workday, lest it should hinder the work in hand. 7. Not to lie with thy master's or fellow's wife or concubine under penalty of serving another 7 years of prenticeship. 8. If thou hast taken any job under thy master, be a faithful middleman between thy master and thy fellows. 9. When the fellows have a common chamber then they must take the stewardship in turns, week by week. All victuals to be paid for as received, and regular accounts to be kept of the common expenses. Of thy fellows' goods that thou hast spent. When, and how, and to what end. Such accounts thou must come to. When thy fellows would thou do. X. If a mason lives amiss and is false to his work, he must, without favor, be convened before the assembly, and punished according to the law of old ordained, or, in case he refuses to appear, he must forswear the profession. 11. If a skilled mason observe his fellow cutting a stone likely to spoil it through his own ignorance, he must advise him in fair words, and teach him how to amend it, not to bring shame upon the whole work. 12. That whatever shall be ordained in the assembly, being present the master and fellows, nobles, burghers, and the sheriff of the county, and the mayor of the town, that thou shalt maintain against all thy fellows, if disposed to dispute the same. 13. The mason must swear never to be a thief himself, nor for any fee or reward to abet one that is. 14. Before the assembly breaks up, each must be sworn unto his master and fellows, to the king, and to all these present. Also they must seek out every one that hath contravened any one law thereof, and bring them up before the assembly. 15. And if found guilty, they must forswear the craft. And so mason's craft they must refuse. And swear it never more to use. Unless they consent to make amends. If refractory, the sheriff is to cast them into prison during the king's good pleasure, and take their goods and chattels for the king's use. The assembly must be held every year, or at least every 3rd year. Unto the same must come every man of the craft, and all the great nobles, to amend all infractions, and to swear obedience to the constitutions of King Athelstan. And especially to make bold petition to the king that he stand by the masons everywhere and enforce the same statutes. Next follows Ars Quatua Coronatorum, a manual of religious and moral duties, and also of good manners in company. The 4 masters, who were as good masons as on earth could go. Gravers and image makers they were also. Were commanded by the emperor to make an idol to be worshipped. On their refusal he first imprisoned and tortured them, and at last put them to death. These be the Quatuori Coronati, and their festival falls on the 8th day after All Saints. Many years after Noah's flood, was begun the Tower of Babylon. It was built up to the height of 7 miles, by order of Nebuchadnezzar, for a refuge in case of another deluge. But an angel, in order to punish his pride, smote all the builders with confusion of tongues. After this Euclid taught geometry, and gave his scholars the following rules. Behavior in church. To use the holy water on going in, to kneel down, never sit nor stand, make no noise nor talk, but pray all the time, saying certain prayers given in the text. To attend Mass daily, but if at work to repeat a certain prayer upon hearing the Mass bell. In company, on coming before a lord, to doff cap or hood nor put in on again until bid. Make 2 or 3 bows with the right leg, hold up thy chin, look him sweetly in the face, do not scrape the foot, nor spit or blow thy nose. On entering a hall amongst the Gentiles, be not presumptuous on account of thy birth or skill. In hall or chamber where thou dost gone. Good manners make the man. When sitting down to meat, see thy hands be clean and knife sharp, cut the bread and meat ready for eating. If sitting by a worshipful man, suffer him to help himself first. Keep thy hands clean, smudge not the napkin, on which thou must not blow thy nose, nor pick thy teeth at table, neither drink with anything in the mouth, nor dip thy chin too deep in the cup, nor talk to thy neighbor when drinking. In chamber among the ladies bright. Spare thy tongue, and spend thy sight. Talk not of thine own matters, neither for mirth nor for meed. Play only with thine equals. On meeting a man of worship be sure to cap him, walk a little way behind him. Never interrupt his speech, be brief and fair in thy replies, etc. Christ then, of his grace, give you both the wit and space. Well this book to con and read. Heaven to have for your meed. Amen. Amen. So mote it be. So say we all par charite. Any reader of common intelligence will perceive that the good priest, author of this the oldest extant document upon Masonry, had not the remotest idea of the same as being the possession of a secret society, established for some hidden end. Whether religious or political. The very rules which he professes to transcribe from the constitutions of Athelstan, are as plain-spoken, matter-of-fact as these of a modern trades union. Differing only from the latter in the larger admixture of common sense and honesty that they display, the whole winding up with directions for behavior in good society, as laid down by some anticipatory Chesterfield. The secrets of the lodge are manifestly nothing more than matters pertaining to the trade discussed amongst the Masons at their lodgings after work, and very inexpedient for them to be divulged to outsiders. And to come to the most essential point of the question which these constitutions fully establish, the assembly is, so far from being a secret chapter, held by the free and accepted brethren only, that it must actually be presided over by the sheriff of the county, and the mayor of the town where it is held, for the purpose of settling all matters connected with the building trade, being in fact nothing more than what was called in those times an assize of labor. No relation of modern Masons to medieval guilds. An interesting feature in the treatise is the fact of its ascribing these same constitutions to King Athelstan. There is very good reason for accepting this statement as founded upon trustworthy tradition. The Saxon prince was the first British sovereign who possessed either wealth or inclination for decorative architecture or building of any sort. His father, Edward the Elder, and his aunt Ethelfleda, the Lady of Mercia, are recorded as the first of the Saxon line who built fortifications of stone about their chief cities. Before this the Saxons, like all other Teutons, had no other idea of building than of constructions in wood. All stonemasons had to be brought over from France when wanted, as numerous references, unnecessary here to quote, conclusively evince. In which country architecture had kept up a feeble existence after the fall of the empire, its preservation being due to the patronage of the Church, which kept growing in wealth and power in proportion as the Roman authority died away. The simplicity of the constitutions in prescribing the convening of mere craftsmen under the presidency of the sheriff and mayor, betokens a truly Saxon state of society, and moreover a time when these masons were actually working men. Under the Normans, regular architects, in one sense, first appear as the masters, who were almost invariably churchmen. Furthermore, the prohibition against taking a bondman for prentice unmistakably betokens the same early period, when domestic slavery, not mere villanage, was recognized by law. The Norman legislation makes no such distinction of bond and free. Aubrey indeed quotes the authority of Dugdale that the fraternity of adopted Masons, having signs and passwords for the purpose of mutual recognition, owed its origin to a company of Italian Masons, who in Henry III's time obtained a patent from the Pope to go about Europe, building churches. But the absurdity of this statement is manifested by a single fact: when the Italians of that period wished to erect any important edifice, so far from being competent to do so for other nations, they were forced to call in architects from Germany and France. To give a few decisive examples, as regards the wealthiest and most polished states of that country, Pisa employed Guglielmo il Tedesco to plan her celebrated campanile. Florence, Lapo, alias Jacopo il Tedesco, father of Arnolfo, who had already gained high reputation by the triple church he had built at Assisi for the Franciscans, to construct their bridge, alla Caria, the Bargello or town hall, several churches, and to drain the Piazza Grande. Even a century later the Visconti were obliged to employ German architects to design the Duomo at Milan. It is true Henry III had in his pay one Peter, Civis Romanus, but only in the capacity of a decorative artist, for the mosaic work at the Westminster Shrine. But in truth, during the entire Gothic period, architecture, as a national art, may be said to have been extinct in Italy, the grand centre of the art then being established in the very middle of France. All this evidence goes to show that our Freemasons have no relationship, either actual or traditional, with the medieval guilds bearing the same appellation, a pretense they so zealously maintain. The latter were corporations of real workmen, in which each person, after serving a regular apprenticeship, and, according to the custom still kept up in some counties, producing a trial piece to prove his competency, was admitted free of the guild, and accepted amongst the members of the same. The computations accompanying the ceremony are in truth the sole point of resemblance between the ancient and the modern Freemasons. The Bulletin Monumental, for 1884, p. 34, contains a memoir, Les Signes d'attaque herens sur les remparts d'Avignon, which gives the fullest collection, 6 pages, of these marks that has ever been published. They can be here traced from Roman times where they appear as single letters or as Trionian shorthand, down to the actual mason's marks of medieval and modern times. Many clearly represent the tools used in building. Some of these marks, and more of those from Avignon, are to be recognized upon Lichfield's Baphometic tablet, which may, after all, be no modern forgery, but a genuine register of such segli of the 17th century. 225. The medieval Guild of Masons, as we have seen, was no more a secret society than were the guilds of carpenters, cordwainers or tailors. Every man indeed belonging to the first named, and this is the only thing belonging to the craft, that really carries with it an air of mysterious antiquity, had, upon admission, a mark or cipher, assigned him, which he was bound to put upon every stone he dressed, a rule still observed, in order to distinguish his work from that of his fellows, against the time when the materials should be examined by the master mason, who paid him for those approved, but stopped his wages for those spoiled through his fault. Similarly every merchant of the staple joined with his initials upon his seal, or trade mark, the mark of the staple town to which he belonged. This latter, though much alike in outline, was variously modified so as to indicate each of the 15 towns in England, Ireland, and Wales, appointed by Edward III. In all medieval documents relating to building, the name Freemason signifies merely the worker in hewn stone, the inferior workman who ran up the body of the wall in rubble or rag stone being called the rough-waller. Lastly, a very puzzling question presents itself if our Freemasons be the legitimate successors in an unbroken line of the ancient lodges and guilds. How came it that all the principles of Gothic architecture were utterly lost within less than a century? Masons' marks. But to return to the marks themselves, of which many collections have been published gathered from regions the most widely separated. Their history is indeed full of interest but likewise of obscurity. Residential alta nach Debicaligen Mercy. Many of them are traditional, and go back to the highest antiquity, being found on Phoenician 226 and Greek buildings, as well as on vases and coins of the earliest times, and in still larger abundance and variety in all medieval architecture. These marks were in the beginning religious symbols, many of them being identical with the caste marks, whereby to this day the followers of the respective Hindu gods are distinguished from one another. This religious significance explains also their occurrence on Celtic monuments, as on the Stonehenge lintel, and the Newton stone, Aberdeen, and so numerously on the Gallic coins. But they have for centuries, further back than can be traced, degenerated into the mere signatures of illiterate mechanics. 227. To illustrate this curious point, I shall adduce a few of the most remarkable examples of lapidary symbolism, 228 giving, as in duty bound, precedence to the late discovery at Stonehenge. The mark is cut upon the fallen impost lying across the supposed altar. It is 9 inches long and clearly defined, and may be described as a semicircle of which the diameter being produced, its own length terminates in a second semicircle reversed and open, combined with the Roman letters, L, V. Having in fact much the appearance of a sigla or nota scriptoria. The mark has therefore something in its look that suggests the signature LVCUS. Had the sagacious Stukely discovered this inscription he would unquestionably upon the strength thereof have ascribed the whole fabric to the British Lucius so renowned in fable. It must not however be concealed that our fashionable skepticism has impugned the reality of even this most venerable handwriting on the wall. Dr. Thurman has hunted up 3 credible witnesses ready to make affidavit that they saw with their own eyes a certain stranger cut the sigil. 229. But inasmuch as it would be equally facile, by means of leading questions dexterously put, to obtain the testimony of the same number of bucolical juveniles, that they were present at the erection of Stonehenge itself. The genuineness of the mark, so unmodern in configuration, seems to me in no measure disproved. Symbolic figures, spirals and interesting circles are found on the stones in Newton Grange, Drogheda Cave, Ralph Lynn, Old Berwick, Doddington Moor, Northumberland, Long Meg, Cumberland. The latter have been published in the Archaeological Journal. But to proceed to actual caste marks. We find a casual allusion to their use in ancient writers, who state that the badges distinguishing the 3 orders of the Egyptian priest, 230 hood were the theta signifying the sun, the tau eternal life. And the delta pleasure. With the Hindus, the equilateral triangle symbolizes Mahadeva or Shiva, that is, the element fire personified. The same figure inverted stands for Vishnu, water. The two, intersecting each other, form the shirkan or 6 points, that is, the two elements in conjunction. The 5-pointed figure, made by bisecting the sides of an equilateral triangle by a line as long as one side, and drawing lines from each extremity of the said line to each foot of the triangle. Symbol of Shiva and Brahma, the latter god having 5 heads, became, later, the famous Solomon's seal. This appellation it must have got in early times, as in virtue thereof it is sculptured along with the 7-branched candlestick upon Sivish tombs dating from the Lower Empire. 231 The Hindus still venerate the figure as replete with virtue. Similarly the shirkan is engraved on a large scale upon each side of the gate of the fort at Agra, although the building is of Mohammedan work. A point, Puru, is the deity, self-existing. A circle, Brahm, eternity. Hence a triangle within a circle is the emblem of Trinity in unity, and the circle inscribed within a triangle the converse. Worshippers of Sakti, the female principle, mark their sacred vase with a right angle bisected by a line. And similarly the worshippers of Isis used so to mark the vessel necessary at her rites. But the Vaishnavas have for the same object a symbol of wondrous vitality in diffusion, for it is seen equally on Greek coins and vases, on the Newton stone, Aberdeen, in ecclesiastical sculpture, where it takes the name tetragrammaton. Being ignorantly supposed the compounds of the letter gamma 4 times repeated, and its sound and power confounded with those of the sacred tetragrammaton, or the Hebrew quadriliteral name Jehovah. This mark is properly the symbol of Sitala, the 7th incarnation, entitled Trithalassar, a title exactly translated by the alchemical Trismegistus. Its name is the swastika, an emblem of resignation. So that the figure may have passed into Byzantine art with some recommendation from a knowledge of its real meaning. In Gothic nomenclature this mark becomes the equally renowned Philfot, as to whose etymology the following conjecture may be hazarded. The swastika signified at first the arms crossed over the breast, the regular Indian gesture of submission, and also the legs similarly folded as the statues of Buddha are usually represented. The symbol is evidently nothing more than the rough outline of the arms and legs thus disposed. May not therefore the Gothic name Philfot, applied to the same hieroglyph, bear through some remote tradition a reference to its real meaning, and imply the sense of fold foot? In the same way the old Greeks appear to have recognized its true sense, when they changed its simple form into the 3 conjoined legs that so aptly allude to the name Trinacria. In all probability the great popularity of the symbol, wheresoever the Indo-Germanic race penetrated, was due to the same feeling that renders it still so respected in the land of its origin. Its power as a talisman to protect all places where the figure is painted up. The exclamation, swastika, the Hindus still employ as a mode of assent, synonymous with Amen, so be it. 232 As the symbol of resignation the mark forms the distinctive badge of an ascetic. When a man desires to become a Bundya, Buddhist monk, the rites required for his initiation occupy 3 days, foremost amongst which the swastika is solemnly set up, upon an altar of unbaked bricks. The neophyte being seated on the ground with his legs disposed after the same fashion. In China the mark is the badge of the Pan, the strictest sect of Buddhists, who attribute its invention to Buddha himself, about 6 centuries before our era. This fact may explain how denying oneself and taking up the cross came to signify the embracing an ascetic life. For so evident are the traces of Buddhist influence over the institutions of the Essenes, that it is probable enough the symbol retained its pristine acceptation amongst the sect. The swastika occurs amongst the signet devices of the old Jaina kings of Gujarat, belonging to the far-removed epoch of Buddhist supremacy in Hindustan. In company with that intricate square figure which when appearing on Greek works is denominated a labyrinth. Other sectarian marks are 3 parallel lines placed horizontally, or vertically, to denote their respective deities. Others of truly Masonic aspect, are the wheel, crescent, heart, vesica piscis. All variously modified to express ritualistic differences. That the Gnostics borrowed many of these symbols directly from Buddhism, 233 adding them to their old stock of Egyptian devices, is apparent upon the inspection of any large collection of Abraxas gems. The lingering influence of this importation continually peep out where least to be expected. In the finest known MS. Of the Apocalypse, the work of a French illuminator about the middle of the 13th century, in the library of Trinity College, Cambridge, the most elaborate of all its decorations is the heading to chapter 14, filling half a page. It represents the Lamb standing upon Mount Zion, surrounded by the saints. Above is the Godhead, typified by an immense golden catafalque, encompassed by the 4 beasts which bear the names of the evangelists. At each side and below are the 24 elders, arranged in groups of 6, 8, and 10. Within the catafalque is seen an empty throne covered with a cloth crossed by diagonal blue lines. In each diagonal so formed is painted in red a circle containing a point. This geometrical expression of the idea of the deity, so opposed to the characteristic anthropomorphism of regular Gothic art, may perhaps have been inspired by the Manichaeist spirit that still actuated the southern French. But to go back to the source in the Chinese system, Yang, the male, active, principle has for his own possession, the sun, fire, and all the higher phenomena of nature, to him belong the uneven numbers. Yn, the female, passive, principle, possesses the earth, moon, and the even numbers. The same notion as to the sexes of numbers was taught by Pythagoras, and by the Gnostic Marcus, after him. Yang is represented by the circle, Yn by the square, the two forces combined, by 2 interlaced circles, the actual badge of the medieval Vemgericht. Origin of modern Freemasonry. Having thus briefly noticed our Masonic symbols, let us proceed to consider the society itself, and here a circumstance of the utmost importance to this inquiry must always be kept in view, the Freemasons. As at present organized into a mystic fraternity, derive their name from nothing but an accidental circumstance belonging to their first establishment. It was in the common hall of the Leaden Guild of the Freemasons, the trade, that their first meetings were held, under Christopher Wren for president, in the time of the Commonwealth. 234 Their real object was political, the restoration of monarchy, hence the exclusion of the public, and the oath of secrecy enjoined upon the members. The pretense of promoting the study of architecture, and the choice of the place where to hold their meetings, suggested by the profession of their president, were no more than blinds to deceive the existing government. There is a curious analogy to all this in the history of another famous society, the Neapolitan Carbonari, which similarly derived its name, terminology, and insignia from the accidental circumstances under which it was created. Like Wren's associates, the first Carbonari were defeated royalists and fanatical republicans joined in unnatural union by one common hatred of the powers that be, the old Bourbonists, equally with the chimerical founders of the short-lived Parthenopean Republic. Equally forced to flee for their lives to the mountains, the former to escape the well-deserved vengeance of the French under Murat, the latter so fiercely persecuted by Cardinal Ruffo upon the first restoration of royalty at Naples. These desperate men, lurking about in the Abruzzi forests, were forced to assume the disguise of the only inhabitants of these wild regions, the Carbonari, charcoal burners, as the best means of eluding pursuit. After their forces had grown to a regular confederation, the disguise, so suggestive and terror-inspiring, was retained for a uniform. A charcoal sack was the badge of membership, a charcoal measure the throne of the president, and their conclaves were held by rule in the midnight forest. When Ferdinand, the well-beloved, was firmly seated on his ancient throne, for the third and last time, his diligent eradication of his former friends, the constitutionals, folks almost equally crazed with the original Parthenopean patriots, sent thousands of exiles to swell the ranks of the Carbonari. Soon the society was able to establish ramifications all over Italy, thanks to the paternal government of the Austrians and their protégés, the various restored princes of the Bourbon and Este lines. And thus in our own times Carbonaro and liberal came to mean pretty nearly the same thing, and the Italian Carbonaro to know no more about charcoal burning than the English Mason does about building. The Rosicrucians. But although this society of Freemasons was convoked in London, and established branches all over England, furnishing also the members with the means for secret recognition, and all for a political end. Yet in its true origin Freemasonry had nothing political in its nature, neither was the aforesaid convocation in London the real commencement of its existence. This final organization was only the adaptation to a special end of another society, then in fullest bloom, the Rosicrucian. If we reflect how rankly both astrology and alchemy were flourishing at that time in England 235 and that the Rosicrucian sect was essentially of Protestant growth, we may on good grounds conclude that this sect already numbered many English members from amongst the educated classes and the philosophers of the day. These last were for the most part ardent royalists, hating the established order of things, joined with many fanatical republicans equally impatient of the new despotism of Cromwell. In the Rosicrucian system religion and philosophy, the latter meaning little more than astrology and alchemy 236 were strangely interwoven, and the terminology of the one was borrowed to express the ideas and aspirations of the other. This hypothesis is strongly recommended from its adoption by the acute De Quincey in his essay entitled Freemasons and Rosicrucians, London Magazine, 1824, where he shows how the Rosicrucians, when driven by persecution out of Germany, reappeared in England as Freemasons, taking that name from the place of meeting, and from nothing else. Under the new appellation the sect was reimported into the continent as an English institution. De Quincey, however, makes their object to have been purely religious without any admixture of politics, and so far differs from Nicolai, whose views have been adopted by myself in what precedes, and who, being himself an illuminato of the first water, ought certainly to be regarded as the higher authority of the two. The latter writer has given in his Temple Heron what appears to be the best supported account of the rise 237 and progress of Rosicrucianism. He points out for its founder a Lutheran mystic, J.V. Andrea 238 almoner to the Duke of Württemberg early in the 17th century. At least, the writings of this divine, wherein the Rosy Cross prominently figures, were the first indications that made the existence of the fraternity known to the outer world. But Andrea appears to have done no more than borrow the symbols and occult means of communication already existing from time immemorial amongst the astrologers and alchemists, in other words the wealthy and the learned of the age. When the Emperor Rudolph II was the greatest patron of the curious arts ever recorded in history, in order to employ them on the furtherance of a visionary scheme of his own. This scheme was the fusion of all Christian sects 239 into one universal brotherhood, and the projector wisely commenced his apostleship by attempting to bring over to his side the most eminent of the mass, by the utilization of such ancient and venerated machinery. The well-meaning enthusiast had evidently disregarded the remark of the sagacious Julian, A.M. March 21. 5, confirmed as it is by the experience of every succeeding generation, owes as much as any. Nullas infestas hominibus bestias ut sunt sibi ferols plurique Christianorum. As a matter of course, his scheme of universal brotherhood dissolved in smoke as soon as established, but the older philosophy, whose garb he had adopted, bloomed with fresh vigor under the new organization and euphonious name. But before going any further, let us for diversion's sake hear the Rosicrucians' own story, and examine some of their doctrines and insignia, which have an important bearing upon the subject of our inquiry. The Rosicrucians, says Boyle, make their founder to have been a certain German, only known as a C, who having gone to Damascus in the year 1387, was instructed in their mysteries by the College of Arabian Sages 240 there established. Returning home he communicated his knowledge to a small number of chosen associates, dying in 1484. It is a matter of importance to notice that in this legend Syria is made the fountainhead of the new philosophy. The Rosicrucian Creed, according to the Essay on Spirits, dedicated to Mr. Locke, 1647, contains, amongst others, this palpable adoption of the Pythagorean system. Ante omnia punctum extidit, non mathematicum, sed diffusivum extrinsicae monados, intrinsicae myriados, omnia et nihil, est et non. Haec monas commovebat esse in diodas, per triadas aggressi sunt facies luminis secundi. Hic respition superiorem et inferiorem parentum, aestem dane protulit voltum triformum. The Templars. In the second paragraph Clarkson 241 discovers an allusion to the vesica piscis, which is in truth a figure generated by two circles intersecting at their respective centers. And for the same reason, the secret sign of the Brethren of the Veingericht was the two annular links of a chain. The egg formed by three intersecting circles, contains in its upper section 7 triangles, and as many in its lower section, which are the opposing genii of light and darkness. This was the idol which the Manichaeans were accused of worshipping on the charges brought against them by the popes, Clarkson, page 20. Still more does the vultus triformis of this creed arrest our attention as bearing a more than accidental affinity to the triple-faced idol. The adoration whereof was so persistently laid to the charge of the Templars, the real meaning of which accusation shall be investigated in its proper place. This same, tête d'un homme monstrueux, image of le Dieu qui ne meurt pas, so often mentioned in the Confessions of the Knights, may be recognized beyond all mistake in the hideous head with flaring hair and beard, and eyes wide open, as if just severed from the body, placed upon a box inscribed X. P.S., which repeatedly occurs amongst the Rosicrucian pictures in the diary of Hosea Lux. This MS. The most remarkable of the kind extant, or ever composed, written between the years 1568 and 1612, is full of mystic drawings, beautifully done in pen and ink, which may be either prophetic hieroglyphs, or else enshroud the arcana of some seeker after the elixir of life. The latter it would rather seem, to judge from the perpetual introduction of certain very significant emblems. The author must have belonged, as an actual Mason assures me, to a lodge of Templars, as is proved by his use of the hand-in-hand and foot-to-foot insignia, as exhibiting the whole list of the present Masonic signs, but employed for Rosicrucian purposes, at so early a date. This diary is of the utmost value to the history of the order. 242 To quote a few of the most important embellishments of these mystic pages, the same Baphometic head appears in another place set on a box inscribed with Solomon's seal, containing a retort. Over the head is a disc, set all round dial fashion but with hearts instead of numerals. In the field is written the opposite motto, Timor et Tremor. Another picture presents the head hovering above the Ark of the Covenant, all enclosed within the outline of a heart out of whose aorta issues a naked boy bearing a flaming star and crescent conjoined. Yet more mysterious is the heart containing Tau over a bell resting upon a star. Above all, for a crest is set Solomon's seal. For supporters to the shield, his pillars Jachin and Boaz, flanked on the right by that king seated, on the left by a naked man standing, who pierces the heart with a long rod. Singular, too, is the man with uplifted hands, having instead of a face Solomon's seal enclosing a retort. Other symbols frequently occurring on these pictures are the naked boy extended on the spokes of a wheel, or again placed upon an egg set in a candlestick, the king's bust crowned with the winged crescent, on which the merest novice in alchemy can discern the allusion to Regulus of antimony and quicksilver, the egg containing a circle whence issue rays of light, probably typifying the crucible, for another heading shows the same figure within a furnace with the infant metal springing rapturously from its womb. The 5 links of a chain interlaced, all these being Rosicrucian emblems now embalmed in the repertory of the Freemasons. These drawings, besides their artistic value with respect to their fertile invention and incredibly minute finish, Lux being a copperplate engraver of some eminence, are highly interesting as pictorial exponents of the Hermetic philosophy still so flourishing at the time of their execution. Of such designs, nothing can surpass in elaborate execution and impenetrable mystery the large drawing of the naked female standing upon musical notes, holding in her right a torch tipped with a beautiful face whence issue flames. An owl perched upon her extended left hand, on her breast for broach soul's head in a crescent. Upon a pedestal is set a tall long-necked alembic containing the most obvious emblem of the generative power, emitting upwards the stream of life, which is caught into the mouth of a cherub whose hair forms a bunch of flowers supporting the before-mentioned disc of hearts, whilst his hand holds forth a wheat sheaf. In the field lies a crown over a marshal's baton shaped like a phallus. Another drawing full of interest is the portrait of a man in a fur cap with plume, wearing round his neck a pendant inscribed like the jewel of the G.A. from which again is hung a human foot. With his right hand he points to a crescent divided into 3 parts enclosing X, P, his left rests on the head of a mighty hammer. De Quincey, in the above-quoted essay, describes a manuscript work by Simon Stadion, of Württemberg, written in the year 1604, under the title, Neometria, seu nuda et prima libri intus e foris scripti expositio, et prognosticticus. It is a series of dreams and prophecies based upon the Apocalypse, in which he speaks of Stelli matutini ductu anno 1572 conspecti, and constantly brings in the rose and cross, on which account he is generally supposed to have been a Rosicrucian. Martin Luther also took for his seal the rose and cross. Some deep religious significance, at the time well understood, must have recommended the device to the choice of the Tertius Elias. Besides these obligations to the Rosicrucians, the London Freemasons also borrowed much of their phraseology from Lord Bacon's work, still fresh in men's minds, in which, adopting the idea of the House of Wisdom, a technical term with the Arab astrologers, he proposed the foundation of a Solomon's House, or learned community dedicated to the cultivation of experimental philosophy and the advancement of science. These philosophic and royalist plotters, in order to cloak the true nature of their proceedings, conducted their conclaves according to the rules prescribed by Bacon, and the same ceremonial and nomenclature they carefully maintain to the present day. A final and demonstrative proof of the recent and English origin of Freemasonry is afforded by the dates of institution of the various foreign lodges, which are by their own profession branches of the parent society in London. The Parisian was not founded until the year 1725, the Madrid in 1728, and the Florentine in 1733. And yet France and Italy had been the birthplace of the actual art of Masonry, and the scene of the full glory of its revival. Another important fact remains to be noticed: the Rosicrucians still subsist amongst the Parisian Freemasons as the designation for their highest degree, to be conferred upon distinguished English visitors. Although all disclaim those mystics as being the parent stock, inasmuch as that truth, if allowed, were utterly incompatible with their own claim to immemorial antiquity. Nevertheless, they loudly profess to trace their descent through the line of the Templars down from that splendidly fabulous origin they arrogate to themselves. But to return to André, and the honor Nicolai assigns him as the creator of the immediate parent of modern Freemasonry, certain it is that his far-famed Rosy Cross had been ages before the regular badge of the Knights Templars. Considering how widely the order had spread its branches, obtained possession and affiliated to itself multitudes both male and female amongst the laity all over Europe, it would be a mere absurdity to believe that all its traditions were swept away at one stroke by the suppression of the Templars in the year 1307. 243. In fact, the Parisian Templiers, as the most important division of the French Freemasons still style themselves, pretend to have kept up the succession of Grand Masters unbroken. Nay more, to have preserved the archives of the order ever since that date. François I is even reported to have burnt alive, with a contrivance of refined cruelty in the fiery bath, for unfortunate gentlemen convicted of being Templars. 244, which, if true, suffices to prove the existence of that fraternity down to a period but little removed from the public manifestation of the Rosicrucians. Truly was he by such proceedings semina odii in longum jations, to borrow the forcible simile of Tacitus. If we are to believe Beruel's express declaration that Spartacus Weishaupt's Jacobins did no more than pay to royalty the so long deferred legacy of revenge handed down to them by generation after generation of secret societies fulfilling the last Templar's solemn vow of vengeance against Philippe le Bel and all future kings in his person, by order of the same François I, his general Almeida, extirpated with a cruelty unusual even in those times the remnant of the Albigenses still lurking in the villages of Provence, a sect, it should be remembered, of genuine Manichaeans, transplanted thither from the East at a comparatively recent date. As Manichaeans, they would naturally have preserved the symbols, and tokens for mutual recognition so much in vogue, as history and existing monuments attest, amongst all followers of the Gnosis. And such machinery and grown yet more into articles of necessity, after continued persecution had transformed their congregations into regular secret societies. But dismissing all such speculations, we are under no necessity for connecting the Rosicrucians with the ancient brethren of the Temple, in order to account for their display of the Gnostic symbols which figure so conspicuously in Andrea's plates, and which have since been so diligently illustrated, though often with erroneous ingenuity, by von Hammer in his Mystery of Baphomet Revealed. Yet even his misinterpreted examples go to prove the same truth, and his Baphometic idols, whose adoration should have been the heaviest count in the charges against the Templars, though unmistakably of cinquecento design and workmanship, are astrological and Kabbalistic sigils breathing a purely Rosicrucian spirit in their syncretism of symbolic forms. For there is one point in these sculptures alone sufficient to upset all von Hammer's elaborate structure: the Arabic legends, being cut in current Neshki characters, betray their modern manufacture. For had they been contemporary with the flourishing times of the Templars, the primitive Kufic must, as a matter of course, have been employed. Yet, at the same time, these same legends indicate clearly enough the fountainhead of the doctrines held in common by all similar fraternities. But before considering this last and so important point, the subject will be more conveniently approached by our first considering the principal argument set forth by the learned Orientalist in support of his theory. His object in truth is sufficiently declared by the title of his treatise, Mysterium Baphometis Revelatum, seu frat res militiae templi qua Gnosticii et cadem Ophiani, apostasioe, idololatrii. Et cadem impuritatis convicti per ipsa earum monumenta, published in the Mines de l'Orient, Vol. 6. The treatise is copiously illustrated with fine copper plates of magical statuettes, architectural ornaments, mystical inscriptions, vases, and coins. As regards historical evidence, the main foundation of his hypothesis rests upon certain heads in the Articles of Accusation against the Templars, dispatched by Pope Clement V, to all archbishops, etc. These are: Art. 42, item, quod ipsi per singulas provincias habeant idola, videlicet capita, 245 quorum aliqua habebant tres facies, iti alia unam, iti aliqua cranium humanum habebant. Art. 54. Item, quod aliquad capit illorum singibant seu tangibant cordialis cabus si ipsos singibant, circa commissum seu carnum. Art. 55, quod in hac reception, singulis fratribus preedicti cordiali trade banter, vel alii longitudini zerum. In this girding with a consecrated string there is a striking analogy to the Kosti 246 prescribed by the Zoroastrian religion, still assumed by every Parsi upon his initiation, which takes place upon his completing his 7th year, and thenceforth constantly worn over the shirt. This distinctive badge was the most likely of all to be retained by Manes, himself a Magian, in his Christianized modification of the Persian Creed. Other articles, unnecessary to quote, allege the permission and even the obligation of unnatural practices. But, from the very beginning, this last accusation, so needless to be proved, because so readily believed, has been brought against the members of all secret societies, as Ovid shows by the popular tradition respecting Orpheus, the acknowledged founder of the Grecian mysteries. Elicium Thracium populus fut octor amorem. In teneros transfere mares, citrac juventum. Itatis breve ver et primos carper floris, 247, medum. X 83-85. Clarkson has more recently discussed the same question in his very ingenious essay, Upon the Symbolical Evidence of the Temple Church. Were the Templars Gnostic idolaters as alleged? He endeavors to prove their Manichaeism by means of architectural evidence, deduced from the members of the edifice and the geometrical relations discoverable in the ground plan. But, dispassionately considered, such arguments are of little weight, inasmuch as they could be found, if looked for, under a similar prepossession, in many other buildings, both medieval and modern, having no connection whatsoever with the brethren of the temple. Again, a fatal objection to his theory is the fact, that all such round churches are acknowledged copies of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem, which, whether Helena's original building, or merely a Gothic reconstruction by the Frankish kings, the more probable explanation, was certainly not subjected to Templar influence in the laying out of its plan. The circular, domical shape had been given by Helena to her church simply because that form, according to the Roman notion handed down from Etruscan antiquity, was regarded as most appropriate for a tomb. Hence, to go no further back, it was adopted for Helena's own sepulchre, Tori Pignatara, and for that of her grandchild, Constantia. In illustration of his hypothesis, Clarkson adduces the statement of Clemens Alexandrinus about the primary elements of the old Egyptians, and supposes them to have been the square, the angle, the semicircle, the circle, the oval, the line, the waved line, triangular, and the cross. These would represent the 7 primary consonants, of which the invention was attributed to Menmon, viz., the letters with their equivalent sounds, B, C, D, L, M, N, S. Should this theory have any truth in it, the frequent introduction of such figures into talismanic inscriptions obtains a satisfactory explanation. Idols of Baphomet. But it is now full time to return to von Hammer's Baphometic idols, and his profound interpretations of their figures and inscriptions. It is obvious at the first glance that the idea of most of them was suggested by the Roman Jupiter Hercules, or Silenus, classical types, by the way, entirely unknown to the art of the 12th and 13th centuries. Their heads, or rather their faces, are triple, eyes and ears are plenteously distributed all over the body, which is moreover adorned with planetary signs. Our author sets them down without hesitation as the actual figures of the bold man adored by the knights, described so persistently by the witnesses against them as an idol of trois faces. 248 The same statuettes are for the most part girded with serpents, whose heads they hold in their mouths, or in various distorted attitudes, amply sufficient grounds for von Hammer to connect them with the Ophite mysteries. But this very attribute, together with the numerous eyes studding the body, would rather seem to betray an acquaintance in the sculptor with similar Hindu creations. Indra, the eye-bespangled god of the firmament, for example. Similar fancies had found their way even into the Cinquecento dress. Queen Elizabeth is painted in a gown thus embellished. Some, again, of these figures carry the Egyptian Tau, Marculus, Masonic knocker, conspicuously suspended from the neck. But, as already hinted, the artistic composition of these well-executed monstrosities, and the classical motives everywhere peeping out in their outlines, seem altogether foreign to the quaint simplicity of early medieval art. The 3 baptismal vases, or fonts, on which he lays so much stress, are nothing but little stone cups 6 inches high at the utmost, covered with bas-reliefs. The phallic character whereof would seem to point to their employment in the brewing of the elixir of life from its most obvious ingredients. The second of these reliefs, explained as denoting the baptism of fire, does in truth recall to our recollection the 12 tortures of the Mithraic rock tablets. For it exhibits a naked boy holding various instruments, the axe, lyre, bucket of Anubis, whilst another, blowing a horn, feeds the fire in a furnace. Of the third vase, however, the decoration savors strongly of Judaism, representing the lifting up of the brazen serpent, though the female reclining below appears rather to caress the living reptile that encircles her, than to be alarmed at its embrace. Whilst the candlestick of the tabernacle, which the second female is quenching from a vase at the bidding of von Hammer's meat, personified as a regular Dutch Solomon, but with uplifted hands whence drop off chains. All betray the same source of inspiration. Baksheek and sidereal symbols, amongst which the phallus of course predominates, are plentifully strewn over the field. But the Arabic legends in the modern lettering, in this case, equally with the classical air of the design in the second, suffice to convince the sober archaeologist that all 3 vases are nothing more than a portion of the paraphernalia of those Rosicrucian or alchemical quacks, who fattened upon the credulity of that arch-virtuoso, Rudolph II. Ever since whose reign these fonts have been treasured up in the imperial cabinet. A sufficient notion of von Hammer's mode of explaining these monuments is afforded by his interpretation of the Arabic inscription upon the scroll displayed in the hands of his meat, according to him the Ophite Sophia. A female yet bearded figure whose sex is ostentatiously revealed to view, exaltator meet germinans, stirps nostra ego eg septem fur. 2 es unis renegantium. Reditus pyro omega capitao fit. The Baphometic idol, that head of the old man, which makes so fearful a figure in the articles of accusation, reminds one of the crowned Osiris seen in front face. Otherwise that terminal figure often to be found cut on certain large green jaspers, which differ widely in style from the true Gnostic talismans dating from the Lower Empire, but rather have something about them bespeaking a medieval and Arabian origin. For example, Raspi 249 gives a gem, number 588, with God the Father, crowned with 5 stars, and several barbarous characters. Reverse, a square, a sphere, a pentagon of Pythagoras, and several astrological and geometrical figures. Such a talisman was lately found in the tomb of a Knight Templar which was opened in Germany. And here it may be parenthetically observed, that our Freemasons, in order to give a better color to their pretense of descent from the Templars, perpetually talk of them as the greatest builders of their times, and as the best patrons of the subordinate body of working Masons. Nothing can be more baseless than this assertion. The order invested its wealth in a far more profitable manner than in stone and mortar, and really did nothing in the way of architecture, if compared with the great monastic orders of the same period. In proof of this, notwithstanding its enormous possessions in England, no more than 4 churches were built for temples. Vaughan Hammer, amongst the numerous examples he has so indefatigably collected, presents many of a nature seemingly quite antagonistic to Catholic art, and of truly Gnostic and Oriental character. Conspicuous amongst them are the 3 vases, already described, in which he discovers examples of the true Saint Graal, that mystic cup which shines so brightly forth in the early romances of chivalry, the quest thereof being the highest adventure proposed in the Morte d'Arthur. Perfect chastity being the indispensable condition for attaining unto the sight of the miraculous vessel. And in truth the decoration of these mystic fonts, used in the baptism of meat, the Gnostic wisdom, whence their title, Baphometic, furnishes a very plausible foundation for the charges our author brings against their supposed inventors. But as for the obscene sculptures taken from the Templar churches, which he refers to the rites of the Venus Mascula celebrated therein, these are to be found in equal abundance and shamelessness amongst the carvings of other churches totally unconnected with the order. For example, notably at Arcueil, near Paris. Such sculptures either contain a moral grossly expressed, according to the taste of their barbarous age, the censure of some particular vice, or may be no more than the ebullition of the brutal humor of the beery artist. But the gravest error into which this too sagacious interpreter has fallen is the attempt to identify the heresy of the Templar with the Ophite, that primitive form of the Gnosis, swallowed up so many ages before the foundation of the order, in the overwhelming flood of Manichaeism. A flood indeed that may, even at its source, Syria, have carried away as many inquiring spirits amongst the knights, as it was simultaneously intoxicating in Italy and Provence. A great absurdity, too, is the building up his grand hypothesis upon the inexplicable meat, which he finds out for himself in these unintelligible legends, seeing that the archaic mu tau iota was never used in Gnostic times as synonymous with sigma omicron phi alpha. Achamoth, an identity nevertheless taken for granted in his argument. And by the same rules does Vaughan Hammer explain the Mason's marks that he has collected, although they in no wise differ from others found in medieval buildings of every conceivable destination and origin. Before quitting this part of the subject, a word must be said upon other etymologies that have been proposed for the mighty word, Baphomet. One, equally consistent with Vaughan Hammer's views, and much more so with the genius of the Byzantine language, would be Beta Alpha Phi Mu Eta Tau Rho, baptism of the mother, that special designation of Barbello in the Valentinian theology. 250 such Greek technical phrases may have been perpetuated in the Manichaean ritual, wherever, and however late, it was introduced into France. Another explanation makes Baphomet the corruption of Behemoth, meaning the golden calves Opus and Nevis, whose bones were exhibited to their worshippers, set out upon the lid of the coffin. So in later times were the bones of Manes displayed for the adoration of his followers, and those of the Gm Hiram, 251 according to report, at the initiation of a Templar. Hence came the death's head and coffin, that figure so conspicuously at the Carbonari conclaves, and the cognate engine of terror at our Masonic receptions, when the candidate for admission being brought to the G.P. receives that sudden and awful impression on his mind that cannot fail to have the desired effect, a part of the ceremony that ought to be well attended to, as well for the honor and safety of the new-made brother, as of the fraternity at large. But to return to etymology. Visconti is probably in the right after all, in considering Baphomet no deeper mystery than the French corruption of the name Mahomet, as repeated by the ignorant witnesses for the prosecution. But although the fanciful Orientalist has pushed this theory to an unwarrantable and even ludicrous extent, yet proved facts, coupled with probabilities, will induce the unprejudiced inquirer to acquiesce in the conclusions of the judicious Raspi. The gnosis of Basilides was an occult science which, according to his tenets, should be known only and communicated to 1 in thousands, and to 2 in 10,000s. And that if the Knights Templars were guilty of any offense at the time of their extermination, it was that of having adopted the doctrines of the Gnostics. And consequently of having renounced the established doctrine of the Church on the human nature of Christ, and on the Trinity, in the place of which they, with the Gnostics, professed one supreme being, Father and Creator of all the powers which, emanating from him, have created and do govern this world. At their reception or initiation into the highest degree of the order they received Beta Alpha Phi Mu Tau Omicron Upsilon, or Mu Tau Iota Omicron, that is to say, the baptism or tincture of wisdom. They were presented with a sign or symbol of their baptism, which was the pentagon of Pythagoras, and they worshipped a kind of image or idol. That like the Abraxas or this gem was the figure of a bearded old man, or rather the representation of the only supreme being that they admitted and professed. The gem referred to is a jasper, Townley, presenting, Abraxas, the son, or godfather, or demiurgus according to the Gnostics and necromancers. This head is crowned, the beard long, the hands crossed upon the breast, for the rest, he is formed as a term, or a mummy. In the field are 8 stars, probably an allusion to the 8 powers, or heavens, that are subordinate to them, according to Epiphanius. In the field are 2 Hebrew letters. Reverse. The same God the Father, or Abraxas, in the same attitude, standing above 4 angels placed upon a sphere and receiving his emanations, in the field are 3, on the sphere are 5 stars. There are besides in the field 2 Hebrew letters, 3 lines of inscription, etc. Figures of unquestionably medieval workmanship do, however, exist, which would have stood von Hammer, had he known of them, in far better stead than the easily recognizable legacies of Rudolph II. And his Rosicrucian quacks. Such is the brass statuette published by Caylus, Rec. d'Antique. V. pl. 32, representing a man in tight jerkin and hose, as worn under armor, but head covered with a jester's horned hood. Upon his belly is emblazoned a blazing sun. He is girt with the broad knightly belt, engraved all round with planetary signs, and regular mason's marks, which also run round the edge of the tripod upon which he stands. The figure, about 5½ inches high, extends both hands with the palms uppermost, and these are pierced with holes for the reception of the supports of some vessel, probably a magician's lamp. Amongst other devices engraved on the trunk, most conspicuous are the eagle, serpent, and crucible supporting a retort. Caylus places his drawing of it amongst his Egyptian monuments, but reasonably enough distrusting such an origin for the inscriptions, suggests, with no better reason, that the work belongs to Persia. Manichaeism. Manichaeism has been so repeatedly referred to in the foregoing pages, as to make it necessary to give a brief explanation of the way, in which that strange creed may possibly have affected the religion of the Templars. And here, all is either assertion of enemies, or modern theory. Hardly any monuments remaining that can be with certitude attributed to the Manichaeans, though so numerous in their time, for they had drawn within their own circle every older form of Gnosticism in the interval between Constantine and Justinian. This deficiency is partly due to the fast increasing barbarism of those ages, which produced nothing in the way of art, however degraded. Their sole religious monuments were sacred books, prayers, spells, committed to perishable materials, parchment, papyrus, diligently sought out and destroyed by every persecutor. The extirpation of Gnosticism was vigorously prosecuted by the later emperors of the West, and by those of the East, Arian equally with Catholic. In this pious career the first step was made by Magnus Maximus, the British usurper under Gratian, by putting to death Priscillian, Bishop of Avila, and his chief adherents, in spite of the very unsaintly remonstrances of the good Martin of Tours. The usurper's punisher, Theodosius, also made Manichaeism, Priscillian's crime, a capital offense, his edict being the first statutable infraction of the old Roman principle of universal religious toleration. In the reign of his son, Epiphanius boasts of having brought about the exile of 70 women, some noble, through whose seductions he had himself at one time been drawn into joining the Marcosians. Such a vaunt leads to the suspicion that the renegade had saved himself by turning evidence against his fellow sectarians at the opening of the persecution. Or again, this absence of Manichaean relics may be accounted for by the rigid character of the creed itself, the offspring of Magism, therefore regarding all imagery as idolatrous and sinful. A tenet latterly carried out to the fullest extent by the iconoclastic Albigenses. To come now to the second diffusion of Manichaeism over Europe. In the middle of the 7th century, under Constans II, Constantinus Silvanus, a native of Samosata, broached that last and most far-spreading heresy, the Paulician. The name arose from his combination of the doctrine of St. Paul with that of Zoroaster, but he had intermingled a larger proportion of the former ingredient than his precursor Manes had thought fit to do in his original theosophy. The new teacher easily united into one church the remnants of the old Gnostics, especially the Manichaeans of Armenia, and the still unconverted Zoroastrians of Pontus and Cappadocia. Incessantly persecuted by the Byzantine powers, their chief Carbias founded a new capital for his sect, the impregnable Tethris, in the mountains near Trebizond, but which was ultimately destroyed by Basil the Macedonian about the year AD 880. But in the middle of the preceding century, the irreligious Constantine Copronymus had transplanted a large colony of these Armenian Paulicians into the depopulated Thrace, where their numbers were largely augmented in the 10th century by a fresh reinforcement drawn from the Calibian hills and planted in the valleys of Mount Haemus by John Zymisses. Here their missionaries converted the neighboring pagans, the Bulgarians, whence the sect derived a new and more odious appellation, one which in course of time from denoting heresy in religion was fixed to the branding of heresy in love. Warlike and fearless of death, we find these Paulicians serving in the Byzantine armies, notably in those of Alexius Comnenus in his wars with the Normans of Sicily. From this island as a focus they diffused their doctrines over Italy, they gained numerous converts even at Rome and Milan, but spread with still more astonishing rapidity through the south of France. Persons even whose interests were diametrically opposed to the progress of the sect, joined it with inexplicable fervor. 12 canons of the Cathedral of Orleans were burnt alive at one time for embracing Paulicianism. These few facts, selected from the wide range of their history, will suffice to illustrate the diffusion of Manichaean notions during the period when the Templars were at the height of their prosperity and power. The Assassins. But Gnosticism in one shape or other, was still surviving in the very headquarters of the order, amongst their closest allies or enemies, the mountaineers of Syria. The Templar order had been modeled after an original, the last to be looked for according to modern views, for von Hammer has here been successful in demonstrating that its constitution is a servile copy of that of the detested Assassins. The statutes of the latter prove the fact beyond all gainsaying. They were found upon the captives of their capital, Alamut, by the Mogul, Halaku, in the year 1335, when by a most singular coincidence, Caliph and Pope were busied in exterminating the model and the copy in the east and west, at one and the same time. From these documents were verified the 8 degrees of initiation as established by Hassan, the first Grand Master or Prince of the Mountain. These degrees, probably suggested by the ancient Mithraic tests, were I. The trial of knowledge. 2. The trial of persuasiveness, i.e., the talent for proselytism. 3. Denial of the truth of the Quran, and of all other sacred scriptures. 4. The trial of silent and perfect obedience. V. The disclosure of the names of the great brothers of the order, royal, sacerdotal and patrician, in all parts of the world. 6. The confirmation of all the preceding steps of knowledge. 7. The allegorical interpretation of the Quran, and of all other scriptures. In this lodge the divinity of all founders of religious systems was alike denied. Religion was shown to be a mere step to knowledge, its narratives to be merely allegorical and exhibiting the progress of civil society. Thus, man's fall signified political slavery, redemption his restoration to liberty and equality. 8. That all actions were indifferent, provided only they were done for the good of the order. 252 There being no such thing, absolutely, as vice or virtue. It will be seen that the principle running through these degrees is identical with that pervading the main counts in the articles of accusation brought against the Templars. The same author, History of the Assassins, shows that the organization of the Templars was exactly modeled upon that of the Assassins, and thus confronts the several degrees in each of the two orders. Of the Assassins. I. The Grand Master, or Prince of the Mountain. 2. The Deus al-Kabir, or three great viceroys under him. 3. The Deus, or Provincial Masters. 4. The Refek, or Chaplains. V. The Lazic, or Military Body. 6. The Fedavi, or Death Devoted. 7. The Batani, or Secret Brethren, i.e., those affiliated to the order. Of the Templars. I. The Grand Master. 2. The three Grand Priors. 3. The Provincial Prior. 4. The Chaplains. V. The Knights. 6. The Esquires. 7. The Serving Brethren. 8. The Donati and Oblati. 9. The Affiliati. 253. The Donati and Oblati were sworn, in return for the protection afforded to them by the order, to leave to it all their property at their deaths, and consequently to refrain from having offspring. Or even to stand sponsors to the children of others. If married at the time of joining the order, they were bound to put away their wives. Infraction of the vow was punished by perpetual imprisonment. The affiliati had, probably, nothing to do with the secrets of the order. They merely, in return for a certain sum paid down, received their daily maintenance, their commons, out of the corporate fund. Such an arrangement being a simple anticipation of the principle of life annuities, and admirably suited to the requirements of those barbarous times. It is not a matter for surprise that the grand elements of ancient Gnosticism should have thus been discovered lurking in the secret rules of the Order of Assassins. When the origin of that order is investigated, it proves to be only a branch of the Ismailites, or those Persians who supported the cause of the descendants of Ali. But Abdullah, himself a Magian, had from the beginning founded in the midst of these Ismailites, a secret society composed of those Persians who had, through Arab compulsion, embraced Mohammedanism only in name. By inculcating those vital dogmas of the old Gnosis, that knowledge was the real end of religion, and that in all scriptures the allegorical interpretation was the only true one. Abdullah united under his teaching the remnants of all the older religions that still lurked in Persia. In fact he did in Persia under the Caliph, what the new Manichaean Chrysochir was doing at Tefris under the Byzantine Emperor. The Ismailites having gradually become absorbed into the new sect, succeeded, in the 10th century, in placing a prince of Ali's line upon the throne of Cairo, thus founding the Fatimite dynasty. After this, Hassan, who had served with distinction under the Seljuk sultans, aided by his brethren to when he had returned, having captured the hill fortress of Alamut or the Vulture's Nest, 1090 AD. Set himself up there as an independent prince, and established his community as a political body, under the constitution already described. In a short time these bold sectaries made themselves masters of all the strong places of Lebanon, thereby securing their independence of the Egyptian caliph. The Druzes are only the modern representatives of the suppressed assassins. Like them, they are Ismailites, their ostensible founder being Hakim, a Fatimite caliph of Cairo, who professed himself the new incarnation of the Godhead. Their notion that the present seat of their ever-absent Grand Master is Europe, tallies curiously enough with von Hammer's theory about the close relationship that existed between the Templars and the actual progenitors of the Druzes. These same Druzes may also possibly represent the polytheists and Samaritans who flourished so vigorously in the Lebanon as late as the times of Justinian. to whose persecuting zeal Procopius ascribes the extermination of 1 million inhabitants of that district alone. Of their present creed, preserved in unviolated secrecy, nothing authentic has ever come to light. Popular belief amongst their neighbors makes them adorers of an idol in the form of a calf, and to celebrate their nocturnal assemblies, orgies like those laid to the charge of the Ophites in Roman, of the Templars in Mediæval, and of the Freemasons, continental, in modern times. Their notion of their head residing in Scotland has an odd resemblance to the German appellation, Scottish Brethren, given to our Masons. Some such association of ideas seems to have led the Lessing to maintain that Freemason, in German Mason, has nothing whatever to do with the English meaning of the word, but comes from Mass only, the proper name for a Templar lodge. Called also a Round Table. For this derivation he cites Agricola, an authority removed by no more than 150 years from the date of the suppression of the order. On this account, he adds, the old Templar buildings in Bologna and Milan still retain the title de la Magione, that is, of the Mason. Although a less acute critic would, most assuredly, only be able to discover here nothing deeper than an Italian corruption of the French Maison in its common sense. The Sufis. The influence of the Crusades and their results upon the mind and life of medieval Europe cannot possibly be exaggerated. The true masters of the Western barbarians in philosophy, science, and many of the arts, were the Arabs, firstly, those of Syria, later, of Spain. Together with their learning they communicated other ideas, far different from those originally contemplated by their pupils. Nevertheless, the connection between their science and their secret creed was so intimate that, in reality, no other result was to be looked for. So much of primitive Gnosticism, before its admixture with Christianity, was based upon magism, that is, upon astrological ideas, as to make it often difficult to determine whether a Gnostic monument involves a religious notion, or is merely a sidereal talisman. For example, the decani of the signs, whose figures, according to Tusser, were commonly worn as amulets, are often to be seen bearing the names inscribed of Michael and other Jewish angels. In the flourishing times of Mohammedanism, before the spread of universal ignorance had established everywhere the dull reign of uninquiring orthodoxy, there existed at its very heart, probably originating in Persia, an esoteric body, styling themselves Sufi, a title evidently derived from the Greek sigma omicron phi omicron, their predecessors. Now this title appears assumed as equivalent to the previous gamma nu omega sigma tau iota kappa omicron, although with far more arrogance. Since these wise men claimed the possession of that knowledge of things divine which the Gnostics by their own designation were only desirous of knowing. Meantime, the tenets they held were precisely those of the old Antitacti, ordinance haters, as to the indifference of all things pertaining to the body, and the invalidity of the Jewish moral law, the mere appointment of the demiurgus. As regarded the regulation of the life of the spiritual man. Just as it is a constant charge of the Fathers against the primitive Gnostics that they outwardly conformed without scruple, in order to escape all annoyance, to the established religion of whatever place they chanced to inhabit. It is equally probable that the Manichaeans and other sectaries of Asia, persecuted with like zeal by Orthodox Byzantine and Zoroastrian Persian, would gladly shelter themselves under the easy cloak of the true religion of their Arab conquerors. During the 2 centuries following Justinian's reign, and either save their liberty by professing Mohammedanism, or else continue, as tributaries, in the unmolested exercise of their old faith. Being confounded by the uninquisitive conqueror under the general name of infidels. 254. The sects of Egypt and Syria, says Gibbon, enjoyed a free toleration under the shadow of the Arabian caliphs, and therefore may reasonably be supposed to have maintained their peculiar notions and observances down to the time of the Crusades. Of such protracted existence we have the most convincing proof at the present day in the numerous sect, the Mandates, or Nazarenes of the Shat al-Arab, and Baysora. Veritable Gnostics, holding a creed, the true image of that of Manes, in their Book of Adam, and detested by their Christian and Moslem neighbors alike. Now, inasmuch as these Sufi were composed exclusively of the learned amongst the Persians and Syrians, At a time when learning signified little else than proficiency in medicine and astrology, the 2 points that brought the Eastern sages into amicable contact with their barbarous invaders from the West. It is easy to see how the latter may have imbibed the esoteric doctrines simultaneously with the other teaching of those who were their sole instructors in all matters pertaining to science and art. Now the Sufi doctrine was based on that grand idea, one universal creed that could be secretly held under the outward profession of any established religion, taking, in fact, virtually the same view of all religious systems as that in which the philosophers of old had regarded them. Such too had been a striking feature in the Gnostic teaching. The Nicene, or Ophites, says Hippolytus, boasted in language truly Masonic, "We of all men are the only Christians, standing in the third gate. And anointed with the ineffable unction out of the horn like David, not out of the earthen vessel like Saul, who consorted with the evil spirit of carnal concupiscence." These same genuine Christians at the same time zealously celebrated all the mysteries of paganism, affirming that in their higher knowledge they possessed the only key to the one truth locked up under those superstitious ceremonies. And in our day the acknowledgement of one universal religion by the Freemasons, as expressed by their requiring from the candidate for admission nothing more than the declaration of his belief in one God, is denounced with pious horror by the bigots of every variety of the Christian scheme. This recognition of one universal religion in fact pervades all the works of the lights of Mohammedan literature. In the Maqamat of Hariri the sermons preached by his hero the dervish are full of a sentiment more sublime when touching upon things pertaining unto God, a sentiment harmonizing infinitely more closely with those of enlightened religious men of our times upon the same subject. In a word, these sermons breathe a spirit in every respect more Christian, to use the modern phrase, than characterizes any writings of the actual Christian divines, the contemporaries of the author. 255 But this is necessarily so, Hariri and Mohammedans like him being guided by the traditions of the old philosophy still secretly maintained amongst them, whilst the spirit of modern Christianity is strongly, though unconsciously, directed by precisely the same influence revived, though under a different name, and professedly contemning its real source. Again, the greatest of all Mohammedan sovereigns, the Mughal Akbar, was a true Sufi, equally so was his prime minister and historian, Abul Faraz. It would be difficult to find in a modern Christian prayer book, much less in any one composed in his age, an address to the deity so sublime, so consonant with our present notions, as the invocation opening his Ayin Akbari. In all such outpourings of Oriental adoration no allusion whatever to their special lawgiver is to be detected, nothing to betray any distinctive sectarian prejudice. The reader, if unacquainted with the history of the author, would admire, but know not to what creed to adjudge the composition. Akbar, according to his vizier, made a point of never ridiculing or condemning any form of religion. He had thus, perhaps without knowing it, reverted to the grand and distinguishing feature of the religion of Greece and Rome in their best times that discerned the same great truth, the real basis of universal toleration. That all religious systems were but expressions of the same idea. By saint, by savage, or by sage. Wherever, in ancient times, the principle of toleration was apparently violated, it was in cases where the rites, by their corruption, had become prejudicial to public welfare, as when the Senate put down the Bacchanalia. Or Claudius the Druids in Gaul, on account of their human sacrifices. Exactly as Hero of Syracuse had made it an article in his treaty with the vanquished Carthaginians, that they should discontinue their burnt offerings of young children to Melkarth. Hesiod's maxim, mu rho rho eta tau omicron mu omega mu epsilon epsilon iota nu, was that of his race, as well as of the Roman, and the same was the guiding principle of Akbar. From a hint dropped by his panegyrist it would almost appear that the emperor had imbibed some slight tinge of Zoroastrian doctrine, for he remarks his particular veneration for the element of fire. And again the significant circumstance of his regulating his frequent daily prayers by the position of the sun in the heavens. And, what bears directly upon our subject, his favorite occupation was to converse with the Sufi and the learned of all nations and religions. It sounds also very odd to hear a Mohammedan grandee, like this writer, declaring that amongst the Brahmins were to be found the most virtuous men upon earth, those very religionists in whom Akbar's successors, like Aurangzeb, could, quite according to our own ideas of what necessarily should have been his feeling, discern nothing but devil worshippers, whom it was his bounden duty either to convert or exterminate. Diffusion of Oriental culture. The constant intercourse between Syria and Europe, maintained first by the flocks of pilgrims perpetually crowding to Jerusalem, then by the Crusades, and lastly by the establishment of the Frankish kingdom in Palestine, and of the different principalities upon the coast, produced vast effects, both apparent and concealed, upon the nations of Europe. More especially those seated upon the Mediterranean. Arabian influence brightly manifests itself in the poetry of the troubadours, half amatory, half mystical like its model, of a spirit differing as widely from the materialism of classic elegiacs, as does the pointed Saracenic architecture. With all its forms suggested by the tent pole and curtain, from the massive Romanesque which it so rapidly displaced. Of poetry and architecture alike the germs had been carried into France by the causes already noticed, and kept in full vigor by the permanent establishment of the two great military orders having their headquarters in Jerusalem, but looking principally to France for recruits and resources. For the Crusades were eminently a French idée, and both leaders and soldiers in the most important of them, were either actual Frenchmen or princes holding territories in France, our Norman kings for example. How many arts, the most admired in those ages, are direct importations from Syria or Egypt? Glassworking in all its processes connected with the manufacture of ornamental and colored vessels, and painted windows, enameling, majolica, damascening on steel, the coinage of gold, the cultivation of the silkworm. The Italian language has preserved this history in the terms, purely Arabic, still designating things pertaining to all such processes, as zecca, tazza, cameo, mantis, rocca, gala, pataca, ricamare, etc. Italian Gothic, particularly its civil branch, as exemplified in the buildings of the great maritime cities on the Mediterranean, those on the Adriatic continued faithful to the Byzantine taste, such as Genoa, Pisa, Florence, is a mere transcript of Cairo and Rosetta. To the latest days of the style bearing no resemblance to the Gothic then flourishing beyond the Alps. This diffusion of Oriental ideas over Europe has a very important bearing upon the present inquiry, for it explains the readiness with which Manichaeism was embraced in France during the 2 centuries preceding the fall of the Templars. These very Templars are found during their residence in Palestine exhibiting a tolerant spirit, utterly inconsistent with the ostensible object of their institution. Making alliances with any of the neighboring emirs able to assist them in holding their own against the common enemy, the Soldan of Egypt, amongst whom figures conspicuously that arch-Gnostic, the redoubtable Old Man of the Mountain 256. Profession of continence. A distinguishing feature of Gnosticism was the profession of continence, at least as far as regards the propagation of the human species, which was denounced to the spiritual as the doing in the highest measure the will of the demiurgus, and the perpetuating the reign of matter. The strange means they adopted to preserve their vow inviolate may be learnt by referring to Clemens, where he quotes their interpretation of the ancient fable about Saturn's devouring his own children, or to Epiphanius when he describes the rites of the Ophite Eucharist. In no other doctrine of the Gnosis is the Buddhistic influence more clearly traceable than in this, for any intrinsic merit in similar asceticism, as practiced purely for its own sake, was never dreamed of by the Grecian philosophy, that offspring of reason in her brightest and most uncorrupted development. This self-same affectation of purity contributed, even more than the proclaimed liberty of conscience, to promote the spread of Gnostic tenets in every age of their development, from Valentinus down to the grand apostle of Languedoc, Nicetas of Constantinople. His Manichaean bishops owed their success in great measure to their black robes and professed abstinence from, nay, more, pious horror of, all the pleasures of sense. For any preaching is certain to obtain flocks of converts that shall make, besides the promise of fully explaining things too high for man's understanding, an outward and noisy profession of asceticism, and proclaim the exaltation of the poor and the certain damnation of the rich as a capital article of its creed. For the vulgar mind ever admires what is difficult merely because it is difficult, however useless in itself may be the result, or even pernicious to society in its consequence, if logically carried out. And inasmuch as the abstinence from sensual pleasures is to them the hardest of all tests, so much the more is the ostentation of similar self-denial the most effectual method for gaining ascendancy over brutish intelligences, utterly incapable of distinguishing the means from the end. Moreover, such doctrines find powerful allies, ready existing for them, in the natural enviousness and greed of common souls. The actually poor being ever the vast majority in the land, such hearers joyfully receive the teaching that promises the punishment of their betters in the next world, purely as a counterbalance to their superior happiness in this, whilst as scarcely any one considers himself as a truly rich man, but is constantly climbing upwards towards a point that constantly recedes before him at every successive stage of his ascent. Even the wealthy convert is enabled to hold the comfortable assurance that he himself continues in the category of the poor, and that the anathema is only launched against the one immediately above himself on the social ladder. In this feeling lies the true secret of the amazing success of Manichaeism, its rapid absorption into itself of the earlier Gnostic forms, and above all, of the facility with which it got possession of those very regions where the Catholic Church was the most richly endowed, and where her clergy, particularly the regular, were attracting the greatest envy by their wealth and ostentation. The Templars began their course in actual poverty, leading a doubly hard laborious life, that of monk and soldier combined. To express this poverty, the original device, or common seal, of the order, bore two knights mounted upon the same horse, the most striking exemplification of humility that could be imagined in those days of chivalry. Becoming ashamed of such a badge as they grew in power, they altered it into the somewhat similar outline of a Pegasus, such at least is the old tradition. The winged horse, however, may from the first have involved a more spiritual meaning, elusive to the heavenward aspirations of those initiated into the order. And when their career was drawing to a close, amidst the wealth and luxury that drew down upon them so cruel a destruction, the brethren, no doubt through some ingenious note of self-deception, still flattered themselves that their vows were as faithfully observed as in the very springtide of their institution. Mithraism. The strange and obscene 257 ceremonies observed on the admission of neophytes into the various secret societies that flourished under the Lower Empire and in the Middle Ages are all of them no more than faint traditions of the penances, or 12 tortures, that purchased admission into the cave of Mithras. How widely diffused were these Mithraisai, especially in the West, is attested by the innumerable tablets, altars, and inscriptions still remaining in Germany, France, and this country. The religion of Mithras was so readily embraced and flourished so extensively amongst all the Celtic races, in consequence of its analogy to the previously dominant Druidical religion. This affinity had struck with astonishment that sagacious observer, the elder Pliny, who must have had ample opportunity for forming a correct judgment during his protracted military service upon the Rhine. He declares, Nat Histori XXX. For Gallias utique possedit, magica, ii cadem ad nostram memoriam, nonque Tiberii Caesaris principitis sustulit druides eram edi hoc genus vedam medicorunc per senatus consultum. Quid ego haec commemoram in arte oceanum quoque transgressa, eti ad naturi inane provecta. Britannia hodic celebrat, tantis ceremonies ut didis persis videri possit, addio ista toto mundo consensura quamquam discordiit sibi ignoto. Ne satis estimari potus quantum Romanis debiter, ca sustulir monstra in cabus hominum occidir religiosissimum erat, mandi vero etium salubarimum. 100 years before, Caesar, Bell. Gaul. 6. 13, had stated, Disciplina Druidica in Britannia reperta ac ind in Gaulium translata esse estimator, nunc diligentius rem cognoscere valant plurumcio descendi causa propheciscunter. The subjects of study in the Druidical school were literally those of the Magian Gnosis, multa praeteria de sideribus earunc motu, de mundi ac terram magnitudine, de rerum natura, de deorum immortalium 6 ac potestate disputant. For Pliny by his Magica understands the rites instituted by Zoroaster, and first promulgated by Osthenes to the outer world, this Osthenes having been military chaplain to Xerxes during his expedition into Greece. And this judgment of the Romans is fully borne out by native evidence. For Druidism, such as it appeared in its final struggle with Christianity during the short-lived independence of Britain after the withdrawal of the legions, is a religion agreeing most wonderfully in many important points with the doctrine of Zoroaster. Thus, it expressly teaches the eternal existence and antagonism of the two principles, the final triumph of good, and the renovation of all things. A most valuable fragment of early Druidical teaching Plutarch has preserved to us in his strange essay, On the Face and the Moon, by the title of the Doctrine of the Sons of Saturn, which is full of Gnostic ideas. Those of Manes for instance, and even of Gnostic expressions. Now Manes himself started as a Zoroastrian priest, and framed his new creed, according to Epiphanius, by engrafting upon the original the transcendental Buddhistic notions picked up by his true master, Scythicus, during his travels in India. Is there not then a possibility that some sparks of the ancient Mithraic doctrine may have lingered unnoticed in the West 258 until made to blaze up anew by the congenial breath of the Paulician apostles? Indeed, one may even now discern the awful antique ceremonial as parroted to the minutest particular in the procedure of the modern convivial heteria. For Jerome's miles, the lowest grade in the cave of Mithras, the Templars, watchmen placed on the roof of the house or church wherein the chapter is held, art. 101, have their exact representative in the armed man, the Tyler, lowest official, who stands sentinel at the door of the Freemasons' secret conclave. The Druidical temple, always circular in ground plan, whether formed out of native rocks, or built with Gallo-Roman masonry as in its latest example at Lantef in Bretagne, figured by Calis, 6. pl. 124, consisting of two concentric enclosures pierced with numerous arches, bears in this point a remarkable analogy to all other structures dedicated to the element of fire. Such is the plan of the Temple of Moloch, uncovered at Carthage by Davis, the Roman Vesta's temple, the Gebra fire temples at Balkh, to this day circular towers, and the great Sasanian temple at Gozicas destroyed by Heraclius in his invasion. The spherical edifice within the palace containing the abominable idol of Khosroes, the image of himself, enthroned as in heaven, and all round him the sun, moon, and stars, which the superstitious king worshipped as gods. Angels also had he placed standing about him like scepter-bearers. Moreover, this enemy of God had so contrived by means of certain mechanism that drops of water should fall from the ceiling to imitate rain, and that sounds of thunder should reverberate therefrom. Our Verulamium also boasted a Mithraic temple commensurate to the importance of the place, until destroyed by the superstitious barbarian, Ealdred, 8th abbot of St. Albans, for to no other purpose could have served the very deep grotto, covered with an unbroken hill of earth, and approached by a subterraneous passage, the ruins of which were yet visible when Matthew Paris wrote, Spicus quoque profundissimum monte continuo circumseptum, cum spelunca subterranea quandam Draco ingens fesserat et inhabitavit, in loco ca verminhert dissiter, in quantum potuit explanavit. Vestigia tamen aeterna habitationis serpentini derelinquens. 259. The transmission of Gnostic symbols. The foregoing considerations seem to furnish a reasonable solution of the problem set to the archaeologist in the continued existence of genuine Gnostic symbols, whether in their pristine significancy or as mere dead forms. Is for the Masons themselves to judge, still paraded before us as things holy and full of meaning. Treasured up amongst the Sufis of Persia, and the dark sectaries of the Lebanon, thence transmitted to the Templars, and handed over by them to their legitimate heirs the Brethren of the Rosy Cross, these signs maintain a perpetual vitality. The famous pentacle, Solomon's seal, of the Templars was, thinks Nicolai with good reason, the powerful symbol, prescribed in the diagramma of the Ophites to be offered by the ascending soul to the genius of each sphere. To extort from them free passage to the supernal light, O first and seventh one, Ildabaoth, Aeon of Saturn, born to rule with power, chief word of the pure intelligence. Perfect work in the sight of the Father and the Son, by presenting unto thee in this seal the sign of life, I open the gate which thy power hath closed to the world, and freely traverse thy domains. A sufficient reason this for the constant appearance of this particular sigil upon tombstones of every date. The reverence with which the Hindus still regard the same figure has been already noticed. In its 5 points lies concealed the same expression of the virtues of that numeral as was conveyed to the Grecian philosopher by the Delphic E. Interpreted in the same sense as by Plutarch, in the Middle Ages the pentacle was held a sure protection against all danger of fire, though found unavailing, alas, for its nightly wearers. Berenger's dictum being too well verified. Les heretiques n'ont pas trouvé onguent pour la brûlure. And was therefore regularly painted up in buildings that from their destination were particularly liable to such risk. Brewhouses amongst the rest. This last custom explains how the pentacle came at last to indicate the places where fermented liquors were on sale. The Illuminati. As for the transmission of these symbols, the question would be at once settled should we accept the bold declaration of Lessing, for which, however, we have only his own authority, Fortsetzung der Ernst. p. 53. The lodges of the Templars were in the very highest repute during the 12th and 13th centuries. And out of such a Templars' lodge which had been continually kept up in the heart of London, was the Society of Freemasons established in the 17th century by Sir Christopher Wren. But this venerable tradition is directly contravened by the testimony of the most unimpeachable of all witnesses, the Grand Illuminato, Spartacus Weishaupt himself. At Munich, in the St. Theodosius Lodge, in 1777, he received the first Masonic degrees, but was inexpressibly disappointed on finding in Masonry nothing beyond les jeux d'une fraternité innocente. Nevertheless he suspected that something deeper yet remained. And soon his expectations were fulfilled. That same winter his friend, Cato Zwack, had an interview at Augsburg with a certain Abbé Marotti, who conferred upon him the highest degrees, even those of the Scottish lodges, and expounded to him all the mysteries, founded, according to the Abbé, upon the religion and history of the Church. Zwack lost no time in communicating his acquisitions to Weishaupt, who replies, "The important discovery you have made at Nicomedia, in your interviews with Marotti, gives me extreme pleasure. Let us profit by the circumstance, and extract from it all the advantages possible." Weishaupt had therefore been anticipated by his explanation of their symbolism, which he himself adopted in the new mysteries he founded. Berulle adds, Jacobinism, 4. 81, that the charge of Illuminatism does not apply to the first 3 degrees of Masonry, neither to such as hold that these 3 degrees alone belong to the real, ancient, fraternity. This would intimate that the Rosicrucian had been later grafted upon the original number of gradations in the Masonic hierarchy. For the sake of comparison I shall give Berulle's account of the degrees amongst the Illuminati, the predecessors of the Jacobins, viz. I. Novices. 2. Brethren of Minerva. 3. Minor Illuminate. 4. Major Illuminate, or Scottish Novices. v. Scottish Knights. 6. The Lesser Mysteries, Epopte, or Illuminati Priests. 7. The Regent or Illuminato Prince. 8. The Greater Mysteries. The Magus or King Man. Like the Rosicrucians, each novice upon admission received his characteristic, or mystic name. Taken from Roman history, he then studied the geography of the order which classicized modern places after a similar fashion, then he acquired the cipher, of which the simple set was this: 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A, B, C, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M. The other, more abstruse, cipher consisted of particular symbols. The novitiate lasted from 2-3 years, according to the age of the candidate. One of the things most strictly prohibited was to ever write the name of either order or lodge, they must be expressed by theta and pi respectively. 260. In the admission to his degrees Weishaupt adopted all the Masonic ceremonial. For example, in making the Scottish Knight, the secret conclave was hung with green, the prefect, booted and spurred, wearing a St. Andrew's cross by a green ribbon tied en salter, sat under a green canopy, and received the candidate similarly equipped, holding a mallet for scepter. There was also the triple benediction, and the sacrament, to conclude, administered by the chaplain. At the making of the apoptas, he was taken, blindfolded, by his sponsor in a perfectly closed coach, by a circuitous route, into the hall now hung with red. On a table covered with scarlet were laid the crown and scepter, heaps of gold mingled with chains. On a cushion lay a white robe and girdle. The novice was told to choose. If he took the gold, he received a severe reprimand, phrased with a lot of humanitarian cant too tedious to copy here, and unnecessary besides, seeing that the same is perpetually dinned into our ears at the present day. 261. At the end, the Hierophant delivered a long address upon natural liberty and equality, and all the rest thereto pertaining. Weishaupt, a professional atheist, was both astonished and diverted at finding eminent Protestant divines, after their initiation, declaring that all these notions were the genuine doctrines of the gospel, which was certainly a very awkward truth to be held by the friends of the established order of civilized society. It is not, however, less a truth, if the same doctrines be carried out to their logical consequences, instead of being employed in defending ideas deduced in reality from a totally different source. But Beruel, the refugee, who had just seen the doctrines of liberty, equality and fraternity practically and naturally expounded by means of the guillotine, reasonably enough puts down this declaration of Weishaupt's as the most conclusive proof of his audacious impiety. Conclusion. The symbols, forming the proper subject of the present inquiry, embodied in their origin the deepest mysteries of Brahminical theosophy. They were eagerly accepted by the subtle genius of the Alexandrine school and applied to the hidden wisdom of Egypt. And lastly, in their captivating and illusory promise of enlightenment, the few bright spirits of the Middle Ages sought for something better than the childish fables, engendered by Monchieri upon the primal Buddhistic stock, which then constituted the faith, and these holy figurations still continue to flourish, but only as the insignia and mummery of what, at best a mere charitable, is perhaps only a convivial association. In the same way Apollo's golden pentagon, which of yore blazed on high above the Delphic shrine, in the Middle Ages the badge of the proudest order of chivalry, and a sure defense from peril of lightning and fire, has come at last to be degraded into the mere sign of a German pothouse. A master mason of the very highest degree lately informed me that he had detected the signs now in use, engraved amongst the sculptures in the cave temples of Elephanta. And, what is still more important, that, although the Brahmins are masons, yet if a European makes the sign to them, they immediately put their hands up before their eyes, as if to shut out the sight of the profanation of things holy. But this curious fact can be explained with the utmost certainty. The Dionysiac mysteries, the most popular of all in Greece, were believed to have been introduced direct from Syria, and necessarily brought along with them all the signs and rites of their birthplace. The painted vases of the period of the decadence, of the 4th and 3rd centuries before our era, take for their favorite subject scenes from the celebration of these mysteries, and in these pictures, mystic sigli perpetually recur, amongst which the Philpot shines conspicuous. But in truth, all the ancient mysteries came from the East, as their names, the Phrygian, the Mithraic, the Iliac, declare, and these mysteries existed publicly almost to the close of the Roman Empire. And how much further down into medieval times they existed as secret and prohibited things, it is impossible to decide. From the very nature of things we may be certain that their signs and symbols, after the esoteric doctrines were forgotten, passed into the repertory of all who used curious arts, the alchemists, astrologers, and wizards of the Dark Ages. And then became the property of Rosicrucians, who truly were the parent stock, and not a recent brand, as is now pretended, of the present Freemasons. 262. A most important contribution to the history of Masons Marx has, 1877, been obtained through the researches of Sig Arnoldi Veli amongst the Gallic cemeteries around Bologna. Many of the vases there exhumed bear sigli upon their bases, more rarely upon their sides, which are unmistakably of the same nature, and, what is more curious, are constructed on the same principle as those used by the regular stonemason at this very day. Those in Class A, C. Veli Scavi Presso Bologna, may be considered as of the highest authority, because they are the actual stamps of the potter, impressed upon the clay before baking. That they distinguished individuals, and were not merely religious symbols, but stood for the proper names of people unacquainted with writing may be inferred not only from the established custom of antiquity in this respect, but from the much more frequent occurrence of the class, of which he gives examples in List B. These are scratched upon the bases after baking, and therefore must have been added by the buyers, not by the makers. The great variety in the forms of these latter sigils sufficiently proves that they were the marks of private persons, not of clans or tribes. Class C, of similar marks engraved upon articles of metal, lead irresistibly to the same conclusion. It must, however, be observed that although these characters cannot be distinguished at first sight from the modern mason's marks of which I have given specimens in the large plate, it appears upon examination that no care has been taken to make them end in an odd number of points, the guiding rule with the modern craft. To come from the Cisalpine to the Western Gauls, some evidence of the same practice is deducible from their coins. The large Bilan pieces, evident copies of Alexander's tetradrachms, found so plentifully in the Channel Islands, often bear a figure, upon the cheek of the Hercules head, and repeated in the field of the reverse. What can these symbols, placed so prominently to catch the eye, have been intended for, but to inform the world what particular tribe of the Confederation using one national type had issued the coin thus distinguished? There is some analogy to this in the Greek series, where distant cities use the type of Athens, or Corinth, but make it their own by placing some appropriate symbol in the field. We need not, however, carry out this theory to the same fanciful length as does the Baron Donop, who, struck by the evident resemblance of these figures to the Hindu caste marks, builds upon it a complete history of the migration of the Aryans into Jersey, and points out the Puranic deities to whom each of such symbols is to be referred. Of these figures, again, a great variety, and much better executed, are to be seen in the field of the pretty hemidrams of Salamara, which, as well as those above mentioned, belong to the times immediately preceding Caesar's conquest of Gaul, a date clearly ascertained from that of the Roman denarii, often forming part of the same deposits. Of the continued use of these marks under the Roman rule in Gaul, some vestiges are still to be discovered. The pile cinq Mars, which cuts so ludicrous a figure in Rabelais' description of Gargantua's horse, is a lofty quadrangular column, ending in a point, in the most compact and skillfully executed brickwork, apparently built within the 1st century of the empire. Upon each face, towards the top, are wrought in bricks of different color from the main structure various devices of the same sort as those of the coins. These can be nothing else than the armorial bearings of the several cities or tribes that had combined together for the erection of so costly a monument, which we may safely suppose intended for one of those plurima simulacra of Mercury which Caesar noticed in Gaul, and which forms the intermediate link between the upright stones, menhirs, roughly cut into a phallic shape at top, of the uncivilized aborigines, and the grand colossus of Zenodorus, to which native taste had advanced by the time of Nero. A lucky accident has thrown in my way another, and much more curious proof of the use of these marks by the more barbarous part of the Celts at a much later period. That the decoration of the skin which gave the name to the Picts consisted in stigmata in the literal sense of the word, and not in mere dyeing with woad, like the early Britons, is made out by Claudian's definite expression. Feroce notatas. Perlegit exonymes picto morienti figuras. De Bello Getico, 26. 417-18. The Book of Kells is a MS, written sometime in the 9th century. In one of the facsimiles of its pages published by the Paleographical Society, amongst the ornamentation of one vast initial letter, the most conspicuous is the figure of a naked man, writhing himself amongst its most intricate convolutions. This man's body is entirely covered with marks of various forms, and from the circumstances under which the drawing was made we can safely assume that we have here preserved to us the portrait of a true Pict, taken from the life. The 4 centuries that had elapsed since Claudian wrote were not likely to have changed the customs of a country so remote. and in which the small amount of civilization derivable from its Romanist neighbors must have gone backwards in proportion as they relapsed into their pristine barbarism. This pictured pict may also lead us to conclude that the sigil seen upon the cheek of the Jersey Hercules was actually tattooed upon that of the Gaul who issued the coin. Out of deference to the popular belief in the Masonic brand mark, I shall wind up this section with a few observations upon that most time-honored method of distinguishing those initiated into any mystic community. To give precedence to the patron saint of Freemasons, St. John the Divine, his making the followers of the beast receive his mark upon the forehead and the palm of the hand, is a clear allusion to the Mithraical practice, of which Augustine, as already quoted, speaks, in mentioning a certain demon that will have his own image purchased with blood. Ptolemy Philopater, whom Plutarch describes as passing his sober hours in the celebration of mysteries, and in beating a tambourine about the palace, submitted also to receive the Dionysiac brand marks, which were, no doubt, those symbols so plentifully introduced into the vase paintings of Bacchanalian rites. Brand marks, however, is an incorrect name for such insignia, for they were imprinted on the skin, not by fire, but by the milder process of tattooing, as we learn incidentally from Vegetius, I. Cap. 8, and also that it was the regular practice in the Roman army, in his day, the close of the 4th century. He advises that the recruit be not tattooed with the devices of the standards, punctus signorum inscribendus est, until he has been proved by exercises as to whether he be strong enough for the service. That these tattoo marks were the distinctive badges painted on the shields of the different legions, may be inferred from their insertion in the epitaphs of individuals of each corps. The end.